My precious, my precious Velo. Come on, Velo. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. 70. ASNS after the open. Yeah, they both look good. Like trying to decide which one to pick between ASNS and SCNX. They both look good. They both look interesting. Right? Like this one broke out and it's coming back for a retest. So like this level, like this level here, and then yeah. So they definitely both look interesting. 74. Closer. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Yeah, it looks better because it's closer to that resistance, but it's still that resistance though. Right? So to me, they kind of look similar. I agree that that one looks better because, but it's kind of the same thing. Because if this one doesn't break resistance, then it's going to be back in the same area as the other one. Red, that's funny. Tell your wives you have a wonderful day. Wonderful day, Red. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, Domo looks good too. I think we're dealing with a case of like, okay, we have quite a few names that look good, so we basically just have to wait for the market to open. You know, this looks interesting. This was good last night. This was really good last night. I don't know why I'm moving that line, but now I don't know what it. Yeah, there we go. Right. So this looked really good last night. Look at this. That was beautiful, wasn't it? Domo. That was really good. Explosion, dipskis, breakout, retest, boom skis. So that was really good. And then this morning it just continued, right? All the way to $7 and then backed off. It's found a really good base around 6. So let's see if the volume can come in. Post market open, 7 minutes to go. SGN had some good news this morning. We're kind of keeping an eye on this one just to see if it can get the volume because it might not necessarily be moving now, but it might get the volume. So we're clearly on a downtrend right now. Clearly, if my lines can work. Right. So we're clearly on a downtrend from the top there. Right. Obviously. So it would be good if that thing broke out of there. It's holding the 200 EMA. That's why we want to keep a close eye on it. Yeah, DXST seems to run like every day now, David. Every day, Steve. Every day. We'll take a look. But yeah, so that looks interesting too. SCNX, you can kind of see what we're talking about, right, Ali? Just because it looks better doesn't mean it's better. Just because it's way closer to resistance, right? So let's see if that thing can retest and curl SCNX. That looks okay too. Carl has been good this morning, especially when it broke the downtrend. It had a nice pop to the VWAP, but the VWAP is always resistance. So let's see if we can continue to hold about that 200 the 200 EMA in the demand zone. Mimi's been super weak after hitting resistance, but it is holding the 200 EMA as well. So let's see if it continues to hold. ASNS look good, but it failed that resistance and it's retesting and it looks a little bit weak. Uh, and then obviously Velo, right? We've talked about Velo for like 2 weeks now, or more than that, right? So ever since the company, not this company, ever since SpaceX said they were going to do an IPO this year, we were looking around for, hey, like if we can't get into SpaceX, because we might not be able to get into SpaceX, you know? Probably not. Who can we get into? Well, these guys have been good. So let's see if we can stay above 1350 today, because I think that's the level we needed to break above and hold. So that level is going to be a bit of a magnet, 1350. So I know some of you guys are holding this one as a swing play for now. right? It like from 8, 9, $10 to 13, $14. It's had a really good run, right? So let's see if they can, consolidate higher and then give us a push and then go from there. Alrighty, let's go. Let's go. Again, good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Let's make some monies. Question for you guys in the chat. What's your favorite stock going into the open? What's your favorite stock going into the open? And that was a nice pop on this one, DXST. So we're basically breaking above the high from yesterday. So 49 cents. We still do need to break above that 50 and stay above though. But that's a nice pop. This thing has consistently done well like the last few days now. Right? Look at that. Look at that. That's Monday. Monday, nice push. Friday, nice push. Right? So since last Friday, it's been consistently hitting brand new highs, which is nice. I think the biggest level here though is 50 cents. The biggest level. So you want to be careful right there. Yeah. Dan, ayo. So yeah, question for you guys: your favorite stocks? So DOMO, SCNX, Mimi, right? ASNS. We've already had Kala. Look at that, right? So KITT, NXP, NXPL. We basically had all the names. We have a. That's what I mean, right? Like today is we have names that look good, right? I like what SGN is doing. It's trying to break that downtrend. I like what Domo's doing. It's playing with the VWAP. There are quite a few names. SCNX looks good, right? It looked like a dip to the VWAP, and then it's going back up again to retest that resistance. Carla is still holding the 200 EMA. Mimi is just kind of consolidating in that range. ASNS is still looking okay, even though it looks a bit suspicious, right? In terms of like momentum stocks. So we have a whole bunch of names to watch. I think it's really going to depend which of these names can break out at the open. And then SGN is going to need some volume when the market opens if it wants to go. Yeah. It's going to need some volumes. Yeah. 46. Yep. When you're this close to the open too, like 3 minutes away, sometimes the best thing to do is just sit on your hands and let the markets relax before you make any decisions. You know? Uh, there we go. SGN. That's a nice little break of trend though. I think the only problem here is we're getting to the open and also the VWAP is right there. You know? So we'll see. I did. Thank you, Regan. I did. How did you sleep? Steve, at this point, you want to let it break out. Alrighty. You can see that resistance at right below 65 cents. Right? So I think at this point, you'd really just want to let it break out first, about that 65, or give you a better position closer to 55. So your next two support levels are 55-ish, like good open supports 55, and then closer to 50 cents. Alrighty. So here comes the first test of SGN here. That VWAP. SGN. Okay. Domo is really struggling with that VWAP still. We're still just stuck at that resistance. Carla still looks okay because it's trying to hold that demand zone. Mimi is also in the same boat, just holding at the bottom, which is fine. ASNS is trying to consolidate for a second there at 45-ish. Below, again, we really don't need to be watching this one. So we'll probably, that's more of a, there goes DXST though, trying to break about 50 cents. Trying to. It's a very nice, really, really nice push. Show the stars. What? Unbelievable. My shirt? Unbelievable. Okay, get the chaos out of the way, please. Get the chaos out of the way, please. Interesting. Codex is halted up. Yeah. From the Gap Churches collection. You know what? You know what? You guys are such haters. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. You couldn't even wait, you know? I'm like, okay, can I wear something comfortable? You know? And then now you guys are roasting my damn shirt instead of roasting the markets. Come on, SGN, do something. Yeah, so it failed at the View app, which again isn't really a surprise. And SCNX, same thing, failed at resistance, also not a surprise. And so a lot of these names are still trying to decide what they want to do. This one looks very good though, DXST. DXST. It's a really nice push. Very, very nice push. Still a bit suspicious. Yeah, Mimi is looking very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. I'll go. Are you in the chat? Let me know. Yeah, the good thing for this one is that it broke out immediately at the open, so people, people obviously gonna, the money's gonna flow to this one, obviously. At the very least for now. SCNX doesn't look like it's quite done yet, does it? As long as it stays above that 55-ish area, should be okay. It does look a bit promising. SGN has a lot of work to do here, but it still looks okay to me. And there goes ASNS with a nice little curl of the retest area, right? So, yeah, Ali, do you see that now, right? You know, yeah, you would almost say that this one looks better now than SCNX, right? So they both look good still, though. Still trying to decide what they want to do. Yeah. Yeah, no, as long as SCNX can stay above the 56, 55 area, should be okay. And immediately ASNS is like, nope, nope, nope. Right? So sometimes you really just want to wait the first few minutes for the markets to calm down a little bit, and then you're like, okay, okay, this is the one I like, you know? Yeah. A small loss instead of gain, and here we are even higher. I hate this stock, Eric. Yeah. Yep. Yep, yep. This is typical, this is typically what happens like when we don't have a theme in the market. All these names are so random. So then they're basically just fighting for, to like break out, consolidate. SGN is looking super sus now too. So yeah, let's see. Let's see, let's see. No, 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 no. Do, 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 do. Good morning, Raven. Uh, do, do, do. So yeah, DXST is coming back for a bit of a retest there, so that's good. That is good. Do, do, do. Uh, do, 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 do. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, that was a good base there for Carla. Good support. We're back to that resistance though. So it's 50, but it's really just a little bit higher than 50. Like maybe a bit closer to 51 cents for your resistance. But good bottom. Good curl. Good curls of the bottoms. Okay. Yeah, you can kind of see like it's failing at that resistance for now. Carla is. SCNX is still holding the bottom though, so 55 is still holding well. The problem with this one is that like it has the VWAP right above, so it needs to cross back above. DXST was always going to dip at some point. You bought it at 56. Okay, nice. Yeah, so you're really close to the bottom. Then you're up 2 cents. So the problem here is if it can get back above that little tiny VWAP there. If it can, then you're going to be happy with your decision. SGN, I obviously still like this one, right? So I still like SGN if it can get some proper volume and push push push. That would be nice. That would be nice. Hims is popping again. It almost seems like they do that every morning now. That's like the morning routine, Pop Hims. Uh, Interesting. ASNS is looking a bit suspicious now too, though. Yeah, Carl is really trying to break out of that 51 area. Trying to. Yep, exactly, Luna. Your support is closer to, so you see that line down there, right? So um honestly, it's an interesting level, but the closer you get to 70 cents, the more support you have. Alrighty, for now though, that 200 EMA would be nice if it stayed above it, so 74 cents really. Alrighty, so yeah, we'll see. This one got destroyed. Look at that, destroyed. They slapped it. Can you imagine FOMOing into this thing right away at the open? Right, you're gonna cry about it. Cry about it. Choo, 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 choo. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm gonna go change my shirt. Yeah. Can you explain how to how many touches in ETC? How do we identify a real one? Yeah, we can talk about that later today for sure. That's a good question. You can ask later, though. We're going to be too distracted talking about it. It's not one of those things where you can just, I need to look for an example. And for now, I just want to see some boomskis. Domo arigato. To these who bought the top. Arigato. Yeah, SCNX still looks good. It's holding that bottom really well. Most of these names are though. We just need some actual push, some actual pushing. CVGI does look okay. CVGI, CVGI. Yeah, that's a nice push. Hmm. See, sometimes we ignore these names because, like, you look at pre-market. There's nothing here in pre-market that would tell you that this stock should be moving up. Just nothing at all. Zero. So then, these are the type of names where you have to rely on the scanner to help you out, though, which it does. Which it does. Good job, Ray. It's a good scalp. Yeah. No, as long as Hims keeps creating higher lows, um, it's an easy play. Easy play. Okay. Holo's running up. It's been a long time since we looked at Holo. Holo. Yeah, I think SGN looks okay to me, but I think at some point that thing just needs to consolidate and go sideways and get a bit more volume. Alrighty, so we'll keep coming back to this name if it can stay above, the 70s. Alrighty, the news was okay on this thing. They had news today. The news was definitely okay. It just doesn't have the volume, but maybe at some point today we'll pick up. So, I still like this name if it can stay above 70 cents. Sounds like I'm at a circus. Don't worry. The way these names are moving this morning, Raven, we're definitely at a circus. If they can kind of find a rhythm, then we should be good. SCNX is still holding up really well though, so testing 60 cents there. Yeah, so you did good there, Ali. So you're still green in that position, especially above the view up now. See if it can push higher though. Yeah, this song doesn't help either though, does it, Raven? Roblox. Yeah, that's the typical open. Again, SGN is holding off that bottom, but we need more than that. We need more than that. It doesn't help my wife is home. uh, Definitely not helping the markets, that's for sure. He's 11. Wow. Wow. There you go, SCNX. Come on. You like SCNX? Yeah, SCNX is looking again as the candles progress. This one's looking nicer and nicer. If it can break out, that would be excellent. The bottom was nice though, right? So 62-ish cents. 62-ish. Come on. You can do it. You jumped in at 46. Yeah. Okay. You're slightly green in that position, which is good. Yeah, I think if you can get back about 50 cent here, that 50 cents from team, that would be excellent. Excellent. SCNX just got rejected off the downtrend and the supply zone. So these stocks are definitely very annoying this morning. I think again that's what happens when we have an amazing week like we did last week. The following week, everybody's busy enjoying their monies, so then the market's a bit slower, and then we go back to the cooking. We go back to the cooking. So for now, again, 55 is still the support on this thing. 55. ASNS slowly testing 50 cents as well. So the bottoms are holding though, which is good. Just need some breakouts. Last week was ages ago. I know. I know. We need brand new rockets. Good job, though, Ramtin. Today might be another day of like, okay, you get into something, it's green, you want to secure those profits. There you go, 51. Very nice. Isn't it funny that like SCNX and ASNS are kind of rotating back and forth when those two names were, favorites for a lot of you? So we need to, Greg. We need to. What is this rubbish? So nice pop on this one, though. Very, very nice pop. Yeah, funny enough, it actually bounced right off the golden pocket. 52. Can we get back to that top rum team? Make it happen. Make it happen. 53, 54. That's a nice push. It's a very nice push. So yeah, keep in mind the high of the day is right about 54 cents here. So we're slowly getting there. So just be aware of the double tops rum team, and everybody else that's holding that. Very KB, very confused. It still looks super weak though, so you're better off waiting for closer to the 200 EMA, or honestly just closer to the golden pocket if it's going to be behaving like that. So again, like I said, just be mindful of the double top on this one on ASNS. We need something to break out. Something. And SGN is also confused, but I still like how well it's holding at the bottom. So this one's still a candidate for a pop at some point. As long as we keep holding that bottom. As long as we keep holding that bottom. CVGI, brand new highs of the day. Brand new highs of the day, CVGI. This one's a bit sneaky, isn't it? It's like a slow and steady push. Slow and steady push. Come on, SGN. SGN is like, really? Can I go? Please? Can I go, please? Right? You see how like it keeps fighting off the bottom there? Keeps fighting and fighting and fighting off the bottom. Keeps fighting off the bottoms. So again, it definitely is a candidate if the volume can come in. If the volume can come in at some point. And then ASNS still looks okay though, if it can break out. Ribbon? Yep. Yep. There we go. There we go, guys. There we go. Pop. There we go. Find it. Oh, there we go, guys. Boom. Boom. There we go. Boom skis. Okay. I'd like to see that thing close above the view at first, though. I'd like to see that thing close above the VWAP. I think that's going to be the the road test. The real test. Good job, Thorn. Good job. Good job. That was a very good scalp, especially selling at that resistance. It still looks really good though if it can break out, right? ASNS does. If it can break out, good. But taking profits at a double top, there's nothing wrong with that, right? CVGI also looks beautiful. So you notice how as the day progresses, guys, like it's been what? It's been 20 minutes, right? Sometimes it takes that long before we're like, hey, you know what? Some of these names, they're not too bad, right? So that first few minutes is sometimes for the birds. For the birds. I'm gonna go change my shirt, guys. You know what? You know what? If you guys are gonna roast my shirt all day, you know what? Yeah, yeah. You know what? Unbelievable. Mm-mm. I mean, good morning. It's great for a Canadian. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Is anybody holding CVGI? Because that stock is looking nice. 73%. It's a really good run. Yeah. Wear your shirt proudly. Uh, no, Michael. Definitely not. Definitely not. Carla, yeah, you're back to the bottoms of the range here. So obviously couldn't break out above 51. So they rejected it. Right. So today you don't want to be playing too much. When a stock is at resistance, you want to almost take that. Right. Kind of the same thing with SCNX. Like resistance, nothing seems to be breaking out except for the one stock, CVGI. Right. Like I said, I still like this one. Off the bottoms though, right? If it can break this view up, I think we're in a good spot. Like break 80 cents and we're in a really good spot. SGN. And then SGN can become our favorite stock. It's pretty close to the top though, but yeah. But now other names look way better. There goes ASNS. There goes ASNS. uh, Unbelievable. 57 cents. Nice. In the underwear trading. I know. See, Thorn? You see this? Exactly. Exactly. What's Peter wearing? Probably something useless. Dan is probably wearing short shorts, while making pancakes. Unbelievable. Okay, so there goes ASNS though with a nice pop again. So I like what that's doing. I like what this one's doing, obviously. Right? SGN. See if we can break out here. This level is gonna be very, very important. Very, very important. Can we break out? Can we do it? Where's the market maker? Where is the market maker? At times like this, I like to shop. Let's go, Peter. That was good. That was good. That was good. Yeah, so we're at the day's high there. You know what? I'm gonna ignore all of you. Sports mustard t-shirt, heart rate slides. Let's go, Dan. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. No one is very this one is very stylish. Yeah. Okay. It looks like, yeah, so for now it got rejected at, again, 80 cents is going to be a pretty strong level. Alrighty, this one, that level is going to be a really strong resistance. So let's see what it does. See what it does. So SCNX is still above that 200 EMA. So at the very least, it doesn't look like it's dead yet. Doesn't look like it's dead yet. I feel like SGN is one of those stocks that's going to be very frustrating. You know, like we have those all the time, annoying, 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 and then okay. Velo just looks like it's going sideways for now, which is fine. Right, this isn't meant to be a momentum play. It's meant to be a SpaceX IPO play. Yeah. Too much wild penny action this morning. Yep, you're not wrong. Let's go. I cancelled my membership to the other Discord I was in. My biggest problem is filtering the noise. I get overwhelmed trying to pick the right ticker at the right time. Are you guys helpful with that? Yeah. Yes. Definitely. I think again, half of that is the community. A major half of that though is your strategy, right? So you have to be really clear with your strategy. Like, what am I actually looking for? Right. So I think that's what the other half of the community is gonna help you with, education. Right. So, do I like to play this setup or this setup or this setup? So when there's a lot of noise, it's like, hey, this isn't my setup. I'm looking for this instead. Right. So the community will be very good for filtering out, but also the education, skunk. Yep, exactly, Dan, exactly. ASNS is still slowly trending down here, Al. So I wouldn't be, if you're getting big red candles like that, I'd be a bit more cautious. Alrighty. It looks like it's retesting though, which is fine, but you want to make sure that it's actually curling before you make that decision. Alrighty. Again, I still like SGN. I think SGN is still at the top of my list for names that could potentially do well. But just because of how well it's holding up and it fits the theme of some of the other names that we've played with that have been annoying like that. So, and sometimes the most exciting name at the open isn't the one. We've seen that quite often actually. So yeah, you kind of need ASNS to hold above 53.50. If not, it's going back to 50 cents. Alrighty. So let's see. Luna says done with day two times your daily goal. Let's go, Luna. More today before returning to jogging. Okay, sounds good. Well done. Good job. Yeah, monies. Exactly, Thorn. Exactly. Exactly. Look at that. SGN with another pop again. Another pop. Type yes in the chat if you're holding SGN. That 80 cents is a problem. A problem. Type yes in the chat if you're holding SGN. D. ASNS just popped again as well. So they're competing. They are competing. That thing said, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna hold that level. Not quite brand new highs of the day, but because the candle's never really closed above. But yeah, a nice little retest. Nice little retest. Yeah, it's still in that same silly range there. Good bounce though. Doo, 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 doo. My problem is when I wait for the curl, it's too late to hop on. It spikes really fast. When I wait for one green candle to curl, I hop on the middle. Then the candle turns red and drops a sharp. Yeah, I mean the other things to look at for that already common. The we talked about that already. I think the video was like the consolidation video, right? So we talked about trying to catch that stuff off the bottom there. There's sometimes a bit of a science to it, you know. Um, I think that video is in the Legend Pro channel, maybe. Yeah. 38 cents, Jay. Nice, Jay. Nice. Good morning, Kodan. Nancy, yes. Caitlin, yes. Yes. My mom heard me talking about hymns and she's swinging it now. Oh my days. She better be green in that position, Kirsten. Otherwise, she's gonna cook you. Cook you. Did you guys see that video? There was I posted it a while ago. There was a phone call, right? So between a dad and a son, and so the son told the dad to buy Bitcoin, right? And the dad bought Bitcoin at like 120 something thousand dollars. And so the dad, was calling the son, and the son didn't pick up. And then the dad sent a text saying, "You coward." Ah, Kristen, you better make sure your mom's green. Otherwise, she's green. Okay, good job, good job, good job. She's gonna be proud of you. She's like, my daughter, Mrs. Investor. Let's go. Come on now. Ah, yes. Okay. Can we get some breakouts? Yeah, I think the annoying thing here for SGN is that resistance is right there, so it's having such a hard time breaking above it. Right? It looks okay, but it's having, like I said, the play for this one, if you're looking for dips, it's that like below 75 cents, right? So like dip to that area and below. So that entry seems to be around like 75 to that 70 cents needs to hold though already, and then it needs to break above 80 cents. So I think this one still has that potential for a pop at some point today. So we're gonna keep a close eye on it. And then yeah, let's see what the other names do. Right, DXST is consolidating and curling back up, which is nice to see. So sometimes you just have to be patient, just have to be patient, let it dip, and then finally, like try and consolidate before you make that decision. Before you make the decision. SCNX is holding that 200 EMA still, so that's good. ASNS is just kind of going sideways for now, so it's not quite sure what it wants to do. Mimi, probably one of Peter's girlfriends. Useless as ever, useless. But it is holding 34 cents. So, anyways, you know, anyways. Um, yeah, especially also being now below the 200 EMA. So if it stays below, the close to 40 cents is not horrible, Kevin, right? If it can hold that. But at the same time, it needs to get back above that 200 EMA. Yep. Well, watch the view app here then. See if it can hold. If not, you're definitely going to see that 50 cents. 50 cents. You woke up late? That's okay. Better late than never. Let me look at HIMS really quickly. HIMS looks nice. $25. That is nice. Not bad at all. This is the third day now that HIMS is green. Obviously, it should be green. And they had good news, and the stock was beat down for a long time, so it should be green. But yeah, that's nice. SGN is being super annoying. Super, super annoying. And then DXST is back above 50 cents. Back above 50 cents. DNA, good job. Good job. ASNS looks like it's still holding that VWAP. I'd like for that thing to actually give us a proper dip or just a proper curl, because at this point it still looks a bit suspicious. Still looks a bit suspicious. Yeah, up to 200 in the demand zone. So you got in at 56, right? You didn't sell that position, did you? You did not. So you needed to go back up there. No, it's been above the VWAP. Since it broke above 40-ish, Kristen, it's been above the VWAP for quite a few minutes now. You're dealing with the downtrend in the 50 cents, resistance area. That is what you're dealing with for now. Heyo, Marla for Carla. Marla for Carla. What we're thinking is that it needs to stay above 40 cents for sure. I don't like that it's below the 200 EMA. That's usually a big red flag. So if that thing, like this level is really important. If it can reclaim this level right here, that's a good thing. This level is going to be a big test. If it fails, you're probably going to come back to that 40 cents for another test. And if it breaks below that, pack your bags because it's garbage. Alrighty, so this 200 EMA at like 43, let's call it 43.70. If it can break above that and stay above it, that's excellent. If not, you're gonna come back and retest this bottom. Alrighty, so big test there. And if it breaks below 40 cents, like I said, then I don't think you want it. I support Marla for Carla. Come on. uh, yeah. Are you in the position, Marla? Uh, oh yeah, you're looking at Webull. That's why. You're looking at Webull. Tonight, Raymond, for ASNS, we need it to go now. Not tonight. Now, Raymond. Now. Yeah, it's sitting at a bit of a weird spot, right? And we need a bigger dip on this thing, or it needs to actually curl back above 55 cents. So it's trying to hold that little fib level, though. Oof, SGN just got rejected hard. Rejected hard. Sheesh. They said, excuse me. Right. So again, like I said, right, you below, like above 75 is not the entry. Below that level is maybe what you want to be looking at. Alrighty? Yeah. Now, not tonight. Okay. So let's see if we can stay above that level and then consolidate. That's a pretty nasty candle. That's what happens, though. That's what happens when we're sitting at resistance like that. Someone's gonna sell it because it just keeps stalling, right? So we'll see if that thing can find a base and consolidate and then curl. If not, problems. Yeah, today's a bit of a suspicious day already. A bit of a suspicious day. Why does that happen, Chris? That happens all the time when a stock is sitting at the same level for too long. and someone will always sell that position. So again, I think what we need for that stock is to stay above that 70 cents. It all started with your shirts. You know what, guys? I'm gonna go change my shirt. You guys are roasting me too much. I'm gonna go change my shirt. Unbelievable. You know what? Goodbye. No, as soon as I changed my shirt, SGN started going back up. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. SGN says, okay, fine, you change your shirt. Can we do something now? Okay, yeah, let's get some breakouts then. You guys were blaming the shirt. uh, maybe I need to go change the hat too, you know? Unbelievable. Really, guys? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I know, Jones. Please. Uh, I know. I know. Don't worry. The next person that gets roasted. Anyways, it's working, Kidlin. It's working. It's working. We're finally getting some movement to the upside. We're finally getting some movement to the upside, so that's good. Uh, Good job. Good job. Some good scalps there. So let's see if we can break above 60 cents now, though. Yeah, Jones. Yeah, see now we're yes. There we go. Hey, it's working. My delivery is late. uh, no, it's all in good fun, guys. It's all in good fun. There's nothing personal ever taken on these streams because we are joke around too much. We have to, you know. Thank you, Street. Thank you. No, we've been together for very long, and so when anyone's roasting, I definitely never personal. He's always bullying us, and he goes crying in the closet. uh, no, I genuinely want these stocks to move, so yeah, let's be superstitious together. Uh, Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Can we close above 60 cents and just send it? Yeah, this market's a bit annoying, but type yes in the chat if you're holding ASNS. You know what's made me cry? The yeah, yeah. Anyways, it really is curling. It just needs the volume. SCNX. It really, really just needs volume. Yes, yes, yes. Good. Yeah, ASNS just needs to close above that 60 cents, and then you should get a bit more volume. SGN is still stuck at that 72, right? So let's see if it can stay above that level. Yeah, yeah, no, definitely. SCNX does look better, but it needs the volume still. So you notice how we're just kind of sitting right below the 50 EMA, the downtrend and the resistance, right? So when we use this level as support, so like right there, that's support, right there, that's support. Now it's using that same stupid level as resistance. So yes, it looks good because it's holding the base, but also we can't seem to get back above that previous level. So it has work to do. SCNX, righty. So like everything needs juice. Look at that. Look, you see Carla, right? That's the problem with Carla. Marla, did you buy Carla? Marla buy Carla? Um, so again, when you break below the 200 EMA like that, we're guaranteed gonna come back and test. Right there, we're guaranteed gonna come back and test that level. The problem now is if you test it and you fail and you break below, it's finished. Finished. So that's looking pretty suspicious, isn't it? Unless we start to consolidate at the bottom here. Unless it starts holding 40 cents. 40 cents is a little bit lower. So like right there. Right there. So if we can stay above that bottom white line, fine. If not, you're going to the golden pocket. Alrighty. SGN is looking pretty suspicious though now, isn't it? Yeah. Yep. Like everything is just looking sus. You know what's not looking sus, guys? You know what's not looking sus? You know what isn't looking sus? You know what isn't looking sus? Yeah, Velo. Velo looks nice. Again, this is meant to be a swing play, so that's okay. Alrighty. That is meant to be a swing play. So we don't really mind this one too much. Type yes in the chat if you're holding Velo. Type yes in the chat if you're holding Velo. Okay, there you go. Velo, Velo. Yes, yes, yes. I like it. Yeah, quite a few of you guys actually. As a swing play, Xavier? Yep. Nice. I like that. 750, 33. I like it, Jericho. I like it. Yeah, I like it a lot. Good. Well done. Yeah, so we're back about $14 for now, which is really nice to see. My hope is that, I think what you should be doing with this position though is make sure that, you have like a minimum take profit level. Like we're not allowed to go below this level, right? So just because it's a potential long-term swing doesn't mean you ignore the charts, right? So yeah, again, for those of you guys don't pay attention to the swing channel, right? We posted this a long time. Well, it wasn't that long ago, right? So it was the beginning of the month, right? So that wasn't that long ago, right? The reason we posted this is because SpaceX said they're gonna IPO at some point this year, right? So we have to look for alternatives that are gonna benefit from a SpaceX IPO, and these guys, right? Biggest customer, SpaceX. So we were talking about this closer to $8, right? In the nines, and we said we need to dip back closer to $8, or we need to break 1050, to get in. Well, even at 1050, that was a while ago. So now we're at $14. So again, always pay attention to the to the small mid cap swing channel, because you can find some nice little gems in there. So that looks good. If we look at the daily on this one though, like we're really trying to break out here, right? Obviously, this is the level we talked about, right? We talked about Velo because Velo was at a beautiful bottom here. That bottom was so nice, right? Initially, again, resistance, breakout, retest. Right? I think someone had a question of a retest, right? So again, consolidating at the retest spot, right? And it's been slowly curling up ever since. So that's really nice. Andy, 1120, well done. Yeah. You should have, Caitlin. Or told him to buy, some Velo shares. So that looks really good. We really have room all the way to like 15.50, $16 where that 200 EMA is at. So it also is going to depend on where this candle closes. But the candle does look good. So if it doesn't, sell off, then we should have room to $15. Right? Pretty easy swing play. Right? Very easy. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that thing. Continue to keep an eye on that thing. It looks like SGN is still kind of holding 70 cents for now. Super weak though, but Mimi just sitting there. ASNS is still playing with that 60 cents. SCNX, the good thing for this one is that it's still holding that, bottom of the range, and it's actually looking like it wants to break out now. Just needs the volume. Just needs the volume. Alrighty. Okay. Yeah. So testing the that little resistance there. Velo says resistance. What's that? What's that? Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, 12 million. What's that? Ooh, that is nice, isn't it? That thing is aggressive. Yeah, that low float is definitely helping it, isn't it? That low float is definitely helping it. Well done, Cam. That's a good scalp. Greg, good job. Good job, good job, good job, good job. I like that. I like it. Oof. Velo on fire. So it looks like today, we today we needed not a momentum play, we needed a swing play to come save us. A miniature golf. You know what? You know what, Peter? You know what? Virus. Good morning, Virus. Good morning. Hmm. Some interesting price action in the markets today. I think we're going to continue to see stuff like that, though, until these idiots decide what they want to, when they're happy with the chaos. Yeah, ASNS just too much resistance at 60 cents, right? Stall, stall, stall. Eventually, someone says, you know what, this is not for me. I'm out of here. Eventually. So, see if we can stay above 53.50, where the VWAP and the 50 EMA are both sitting at simply, right? SGN is though, again, just lacks the volume. Just lacks the volume. Okay. Profit is profit. Exactly. Exactly. Profit is profit. Especially for a name like Velo. Like Velo moves very quickly. Very, very quickly. Yeah. Out at 60th Street. Well done. Congratulations. he anyways. I know, I think the volume is still on vacation. Still in you bought in at 43 cents, Marla? Okay, so you bought at 43 and then sold the position already? It's not bad. That is not bad at all. Again, so like if you're really wanting to take a gamble, then closer to like that 70 cents, right? Like this range. But it does look a bit weak though. Like we need to curl back above 72. Alrighty. So we'll see if we can stay above 70 cents here. There's a golden pocket though at like 67. So maybe that's the magic level. Maybe that's the magic spot. Maybe that's the magic spot. Carla's dead. Yep, but that's not really a surprise, though, is it? Right? Not really a surprise. That thing was already looking sus. As soon as you go below the magic white line, right? Yeah. As soon as you go below that white line, you your life is in the hands of the ancestors, and it depends if your ancestors like violence or if they don't like violence. Because if they like violence, yeah, yeah, finished. Uh, 1455. Uh, nice. Yeah, that's a nice little scalp. The markets are just all over the place. U.S. Patrol aircraft transitioning all over the place with those headlines. There must be autumn land. Ah, virus. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, it looks like SGN is trying to get back above 72 cents. At some point, again, it's also going to retest that 200 EMA like everything else does, right? So maybe that's what they're doing right now. So a bit of consolidation, see what it can do. ASNS, nice bounce off the demand zone, the 50, the VWAP. So still looking very good. Here comes that 60 cents again. ASNS is like, hey guys, I'm the one. Forget about everything else. Another test of 60 cents. CVGI. CVGI. Yep. Hims looks really good actually. Really, really good. 26. Highs of 26.20. Yeah, that's a nice little curl above the VWAP for CVGI. The downtrend is sitting right there too, though, CM and J. But nice curl. Nice curlies. Then our little beauty, our little beauty named Velo. Velo 3D. Our little beauty, slow and steady. Yeah, keep moving your stop losses up on this thing, guys. Maybe not too tight because it's a swing play, right? But yeah, this thing is up, like 50% now since we mentioned it, right? So not that big of a deal, but yeah, just make sure you protect the monies. Interesting. Uh, yes, that's what we need right now, Peter. Madame, but they still do. I'm in at a good price, but what's the deal? Where's the I know that's the problem, right? So you might be in at a good price. It's just not getting the volume. Right? The bottom is nice, the volume just isn't coming through, which is frustrating. If this was a good day, ASNS would have broken that resistance already and pumping because it looks the best, doesn't it? Right. So, but craziness, crazy world we live in. What does it say? UPS? It does look like that, black on black, huh? No, the hat says hot rates on it. The hat says hot rates. Dang, Velo is really about to break above $15, guys. What a beauty! What an absolute beauty! Sheesh. See, I wasn't expecting that thing to run as much as it is because again, swing plays slow, slow and steady. But that thing said, my float is too low to be slow. Give me the rockets, please. Too low to be slow. Damn, below. That is a sweet swing. A sweet swing. Sheesh. What a beauty. What an absolute gem. Um, what's your question on ASNS? Nothing's really changed. 60 cents is still resistance, and your next support is still closer to 54. So nothing's changed there. Yeah, SCNX super super suspicious now, right? Below the 200 EMA. Yeah. Uncensored just for the month of April, maybe. How does it look? It's trying to curl. It just doesn't have the volume. Trying to curl, but just doesn't have the volume. SGN is still playing with that 72. Yeah. Uh, Ooh, Velo, the beast. Damn. The beast. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding Velo. We're gonna keep asking, We're gonna keep asking. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding Velo. Keep pumping, Velo. Keep pumping. Dang, that's an easy play. Wow. That's an easy play. Beautiful though. Beautiful. Beautiful. No, 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 no. Okay. You've been waiting for the retest? Yeah, Velo doesn't do retest. Velo just does boom skis. Boom skis. Yeah, so these guys announced that they were raising some money this morning, but it was done differently, right? It's done a bit differently than like an offering. If you read into the article, it like it's different, but this doesn't explain the whole story. Because there's one at 10.50, there's another one at $16. The whole idea is that these guys are eliminating 60% of the debt, right? So this one makes a bit more sense. There's two different numbers though, right? So the CEO acquires, and converts company debt to equity at $16 and 30. Again, someone did it at 10.50, someone did it at, so someone's buying high, someone's buying a little bit lower. Uh, you know, yeah, so this all seems like good news to me, and you can clearly tell that the stock is performing to that. But try not to FOMO already. Don't FOMO because you're gonna end up holding a bag. Yeah. YDXYZ, Dara. Yeah. No, exactly, Winterfell, exactly. Yep, exactly. Like I said, keep moving those stop losses up. As much as it's a swing play, don't diamond hand it. Alrighty, make sure you have a plan. Dan. Yeah. Well, what does DYXZ and Velo have in common, Dara? Are they both Tesla plays? Maybe. I've only looked into Velo though. I haven't looked into DY. SpaceX sympathy plays. Oh, okay. Let me take a look. DYXZ. DX. Destiny Tech. Yeah, I haven't looked into this one. The floats are kind of similar too. Yeah, I'm sure they will all run though. The closer we get to an actual SpaceX IPO, the difference is Velo is actually actively, like, the stock is cheaper, right? It has more volume, so the volume in this thing is 200,000 shares. The volume on Velo is 2.2 million, right? So people like the one that's cheaper. Also, Velo is dropping news, right? Like over and over. So they're actually moving the stock. Like good news. Whereas DXYZ is just chilling here, just chilling, just waiting for SpaceX. So eventually it's gonna move. Eventually. To make it easier, I think what you can do, Michael, is maybe give it a free trial and see if it helps you. If it doesn't, then get rid of it. Is it worth having market data such as, like if you like, some of that stuff can be helpful, right? So try it. If it's working, cool. If it's not working, then Yeah. Then gets REIT. You're welcome. Yeah, the best thing to do with information is always to, to use the information and see if it actually helps you with, succeed. If it doesn't, then yeah. Dang, that's a yeah. Potential to buy SpaceX through hmm. I wonder if it's worth it though, Caitlin. Yeah, I wonder if it's worth it. The reason I say I wonder is because SpaceX has been like they've been moving that the what do you call it the potential IPO like valuation so much higher that the higher it goes, that number is probably going to give you less, like in terms of like investments. So I wonder if it's going to be worth it. Probably, because I think that thing's going to open so high because everybody's going to want in, but at the same time that number is going to be a yeah. I'm really not sure. Yeah. Can you imagine if you put that $50,000 in Velo? You would have made more than yeah. Maybe not now though. Yeah. The last buyer was 645. Interesting. Hmm. I think that's actually a good way to look at it. Like, look at the price history, Caitlin, and see the movement, and then see if it makes sense. Yeah, so some profit taking going on there. ASNS just couldn't break out, could it? Yeah, this hymns looks really, really nice. Really, really nice. Really, really nice. Good job, Jericho. You'd have 5 cents left. Unbelievable. Hymns looks very, very, very nice. Yeah. Mm-mm. Very, very nice. Okay. 27. Beautiful. Kristen, your mom's gonna be very happy, with like she's gonna be like, "That's my daughter. Come on." She was talking about hymns and hers, and I bought it. And look at my daughter go. Let's go. Congratulations. Let's go. Damn, hymns. Yup. Heavily shorted stock for sure. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. She's gonna be like, you see that madame over there? Yes. That's my daughter. She is Mrs. Investor. If you have any questions, go to her. She gave me hymns and I'm cooking. Imagine what she can give you. Let's go. Ah, yes. SID, you're patiently waiting. $40,000. Yeah, those space stocks took off again. Ayo, Robs. Ayo, ayo. Yeah, no, Hims looks beautiful. I think this week that our swing plays are cooking more than the momentum stocks. We talked about Hims quite often a few weeks ago, right? And over the weekend, Velo, same thing, right? So the swing plays are cooking, cooking. Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's like the leverage ETF. The leverage ETF. Let's go, Robs. Let's go. Let's go. Is it time to buy hymns now? Do we buy now, guys? Do we buy now? Shell says no. Leverage AMD swing seems to be a great, yeah, like it's a good spot. Um, just you just have to know too that if the markets keep behaving like they are, your leverage position is going to struggle a lot more, right? So sometimes holding the real AMD is better than the leverage, right? But it is a good spot. So to lower oil prices. SGN is still holding that bottom though, isn't it? Yeah. So that's 70, right? So like I said, your entry price for this thing has been around that 75 to 70. And we also said earlier, at some point we have to come back and retest the 200 EMA. It's like a rite of passage, you know? When you break below the 200 EMA, you have to come back and retest it. Now, if you can reclaim that level, then that's a really, really, really good thing, right? If you fail and you break below the bottom, then you have a big problem. So, you know? So, yeah, we'll see what SGN can do. We shall see. On technical issues are SpaceX and yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Oscar. Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday. I don't think that really affects the IPO though. You know. Yeah, doesn't really. Samuel, what about this one? This looks like garbage. 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 Right. You're maybe sitting in a golden pocket here though at 36, 36.50. So that might be your last gamble, right? So off 36 to 37, last gamble. All right. If it breaks below that level, then it's double garbage. Double garbage. Yeah. So SGN is looking a little bit better, right? A little bit better. Yeah. Nah, nah, nah. Yeah. My positions is like when I carry Peter and my back hurts from a yeah. That's it. That's it, Alex. That's a nice little bounce, isn't it? So, like I said, as long as this thing can stay above 70 cents, that potential is still there for a move. Yeah. So it really just needs to get back above the 200 EMA and stay above the 200 EMA though. G7 to help reopen Hormuz as soon as possible. Honestly. Uh, On the weekly, uh, uh, unbelievable. Yeah, come on. Where is the boomskis? If you're scalping SPY, like the candles are so suspicious up and down, you just have to be really careful with that rubbish. Just have to be very, very careful. Very, very careful. ASNS in the demand zone. Yeah. Yep, yep. Gave us the curl. Yeah, so Velo obviously with the dip, because that thing had to dip at some point. Like that was a pretty nice bounce. So consolidation, 200 EMA, beautiful breakout above the golden pocket. Yeah, sometimes like the break above the golden pocket is equally as impressive as like the retest of the golden pocket, isn't it? Right? It's really, really nice. The breakouts or the retest, those are nice too. Yeah, this stock has just been super weak, 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 weak. So even though it's sitting in the golden pocket, right, it's super weak, right? And I think we knew that already. As soon as it tested that 200 EMA then failed, right? That's like your nail in the coffin most of the time. It's like, nope, we can't get back above the level that was support. Yeah, send it down. So for now, if they can find a way to hold that golden pocket, cool, cool. And then SGN needs the volume, needs the juice. Canada beats in the World Baseball Classic unreal. What do you expect? Canada is kind of the best at everything. They're kind of the best of everything. Yeah, they invented all the sports, all the winter sports, the internet, the telephone. If it wasn't for Canada, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. Anyways, below with the mini crawl there. SGN, come on, SGN. April Fools. Uh, uh, the 51st states. Unbelievable. Local, it could. It did. It ran last night. It did really well. So definitely could if the volume came back in. There we go. We're back above 75. My history books, Jules. Yes. Yes. Just ask Google who invented the telephone. Google is gonna be like Canada. Who invented the internet? Canada. Ah, in our new city. uh, no, I think Canada would be too scared to do that. I think they just took advantage of the headlines. It's from Canada, nurse. Nice. Not anymore, pizza. Not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah. Look at this beauty velo, guys. Well, as soon as I say that, it drops because of that supply zone. Yeah. What's your position, by the way? Local. What's your position in KITT? What's your position? Let me know. Yeah. No, it definitely can run again. Uh, do, 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 do. You got stopped up but kind of tempted. What's going on with it? Same thing that's going on with all the other stocks, right? Just consolidating, no volume. Really good support above 50 cents, 51, 52, but it needs the volume to push back up. So, where did you have your stop loss, Regan? ASFX. It's a nice little bounce. So yeah, that's actually a really good bounce. Really good base there, Dara. 30 cents. Look at that. All pre-market 30 cents. And then eventual breakout of 33. Let me see. What does this say? Special meeting of blah blah blah. 19. So who are they issuing the 19% or more company? I like how they said, special meeting of its, March 6th, approved issuance of 19.99% or more of the company's issued and outstanding common stock of. Sure. La 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 la. Also, la 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 la. To will invest $10 million to convert and build out its new. Okay, that has nothing to do with diluting the stock though. 41 million shares of common stock. Blah 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 blah. It's part of the la 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 la. Will acquire 60 million. La, 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 la. This whole thing seems very complicated, doesn't it? Week of March 31st. We're pleased to la 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 la. Acquire such shares are dependent on la la la. There really isn't a date here, though, is it? Because that's really what I'm looking for. I don't care about the other stuff. I just care about the date. I know. I don't care about all the other stuff because there's a lot of rubbish there. Uh, there's a whole lot of rubbish here. There's so many different names here that don't make any sense. La 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 la. Airlines and na 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 na. Okay. Yeah, I don't really see a date of like when the merger is supposed to be completed. But there isn't. But there isn't a date. No, there's no date in here, Peter. There's literally no date of when the merger is supposed to be completed. Right. The only date that's in there, right, is this date. Um, the 31st date when they're supposed to be getting the rest of the money, March 31st. But there's no merger completion date, which is a bit suspicious. Yeah, I think that's the most important thing there. No, March 31st is when they're supposed to be getting the second half of the money, right? So, yeah, honestly, like if you simply just play the chart though, Dara, I think you're gonna be okay, right? This is not. I don't know if you're in a position, but this is not the time to be getting in because regardless of whether they're doing a merger or not, right? Every day so far, for the most part, it's been close to 40 cents, and they've slapped it back down, right? So when you get close to that level, you don't want to be touching it. It's only low flow that jet fuel play. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, um, yep, exactly. The chart itself looks nice. Like the levels are quite clear and obvious, so that's good. But yeah, It's definitely something to keep an eye on, though. Right? Like Ajoya said, jet fuel stock. If it can break out, I think that's when the volume is really going to kick in. So, um, also, what it doesn't say is when the merger is completed, what the new ticker symbol is going to be. Right? What's the new ticker symbol going to be? What date does that get completed? Right? Um, Again, there's just so much stuff that's missing on that. Let's see if this one has anything. Syrup this company that yeah. See, even this doesn't have a whole lot of stuff. Yeah. So they're just firing somebody on that one there. So maybe they don't need that dude anymore. There's another one here. Yeah. I think this is why it's confusing though, is because it's a three-party merger, right? There's so much going on here, so much, right? So they're merging three companies together. However, they're doing it, so it's just very confusing. So I bet you they have it somewhere in the SEC filings though. Yeah, Richie, because like those stocks were running, right? If you look at like a name like TPET and you look at the like, so TPET has gone up more than 200%, 300%. Has oil gone up 300% since the war started? No. So those names will usually run, 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 and then eventually they're like, you know what, we're tired, we're over this. You guys can figure it out now. So they're always initially correlated, so the run can start, right? But eventually, at some point, they kind of just the couple, I guess, do their own thing. You know what? Velo might as well just go to $30 since nothing else is running. Just send Velo. That thing was so high, shop. It had to dip at some point. Had to dip at some point. Did you sell that thing? Did you sell? Yeah, ASNS has done a good job of that demand zone. Really, really good job. Yeah. Really, really good job. I mean, if the markets are this low war, we might have to, might have to. Something, do something. Something, do something. Come on. ACXP. The U.S. military mistakenly strikes school in Iran. Okay, that was February 28th. So Tomahawk missile strikes, whatever the name of the elementary school in, as was a targeting error. Uh, Outdated data from the Defense Intelligence Agency led to Central Command striking. Okay, yeah, 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 yeah. That's why nobody really wins in war, you know. Also, yeah, yeah. Let me take a look at ACXP MSense, right? ACXP. Yeah, that's a nice push. Hmm. Yep, Velo is a gem, just a gem, just a gem. Might as well just break out now. Just go boom skis. Yeah. Let's see, Dan. What did you post? Wow. That's so funny, Jay. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. UPS special delivery. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Unbelievable. ACXP. Unbelievable. Mm-mm. The ASNS, good bounce, just not amazing volume. Just not amazing volume. Yup. Yeah, there's always interesting facts that come out when the war is happening. So the people in that country celebrating that, like celebrating what the US is doing. But then the people in there that are losing, loved ones. And yeah, 350 mil. Nice. Nice, nice. Good job. Yup. Hmm. Interesting. Mm, 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 mm. Yep. No, Vela looks really, really good. If it can break out here and avoid the double top. Mhm. Hopefully they can, come to a resolution at some point and end the rubbish. Because the people that end up suffering, are the people, the citizens. Ooh, that's a nice pop. That's a nice pop. Maybe this time it can break out though. Simply, maybe this time. 60 cents. You can do it. Poaching. Would have been paused until further notice. So many crazy headlines coming out now. No, 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 LT. So what I'm saying is, what I was trying to say was, initially, like when that dude was killed, like the leader, right? The people celebrating on the streets, right? As like, okay, we're potentially getting liberated. We've been oppressed for so long, right? But there's always another side to that, right? Like people losing loved ones is what I was trying to say. It's like some people are celebrating, some people are losing loved ones. So they need to end this rubbish, because it's not all. There's never any really, when there's a war, it's very really a good thing, for the people. You know. Okay, can we break out here? Give us a boomski. SGN is just being annoying, but it's still holding the low 70s there. Just no volume at all. SEFX is still sitting at the top there at 40 cents. Dara, are you in a position, or you're just wondering? Yeah, so that 40 cents is still acting as a major, major resistance there. Yeah. Yup, yup, yup. Craziness. Craziness. Mm. There goes ASNS. Looking way better. So the candle broke above it, but unable to close above the resistance. So we're still sitting in that same spot. You got out yesterday. Trade Shark was. Oh, your name is Trade Shark. Was that you trying to join Discord? You changed your name. So you're not in Discord yet, right? Are you? Yeah. Click the link again and do the application again. Alrighty. Or if you need the link, let me know and I'll send it to you. You know what I don't. You know what I don't. I get that. Like the oil from Iran is easier and it looks cleaner and it has less rubbish in it versus the oil in the U.S. and Venezuela. I get that, right? But these countries, like they have there's so much reserve of oil that these countries can release and blah 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 blah. I just think the scamming people is what they're doing. I think it's one big scam. Yeah, try it again. Try it again. I think yeah, try it again. Ready? So yeah. I think it's one big scam. Yeah. It's gonna be like that till this rubbish is over. We're gonna be pumping, and then the next second we're gonna be crashing, and then the next second we're gonna be pumping and then crashing. Just just complete chaos. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing too, LT, right? Like the US is benefiting from this, oil price going up, right? Because the US exports oil too. So a lot of countries are buying oil from the US. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Caitlin. Exactly. So the US is making monies from the high oil prices. So maybe that's why the price of oil is where it's at. So it's not just nothing is ever as it seems, is it? Yep. Nothing is ever as it seems. And happy and nice to people. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. I agree. Yep, that's it. Honestly, at the end of the day, it's one big party, and we're just not a part of it. I mean, we are in the sense that we can play these stocks until I get to Congress. Let's go. We're sending a Joya to Congress. Yep. So we're part of it because we can play the volatility of the markets, but most people are just not a part of it. You know. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Maybe hopefully these oil stocks can come back up at some point though. Yeah, the BATL. Yeah, TPET and whatnot. Look at that. SAFX got rejected at 40 cents, back to 35 ish, and bounced. Okay, BATL. Z Oil. Yeah, it's a nice bounce. Yep, yep. Looks good. It is. It is. It looks okay. It's just having a really hard time holding above 60 cents. ASNS. Alrighty. So the entry point was obviously closer to the bottom there. So closer to 50 cents. Trump has said that the war with Iran will end soon because there's practically nothing left to target. We shall see. We keep saying hopefully this weekend, because the crazy things usually happen on the weekend. Hopefully this weekend, and then the next weekend rolls by. I mean, I don't think we're quite to the 4 week mark yet, but still. What is this, week 3? Yeah. We shall see. Insurance companies pull out, and yep, exactly, Sham, exactly. Yeah, war is partly a thing of the ego. Partly a thing of the ego. I say that because a lot of these countries are going to be lying, right? Iran might not even be doing anything crazy, but they might just be saying it just to look stronger. Same thing for the U.S. Or maybe something goes on and they don't tell you the truth. This one's looking good though. Some nice green candles there. A bit scary though, because that candle just got rejected at $5. So double top at 5. Yeah, Jose, $5 resistance. It's a nice pop though. And then the oil stock is slowly creeping up here. So maybe there we go. T-Ped with the pop. Speak of the devil, T-Ped. T-Ped says, "Hey guys, you guys want to come back to the best theme ever? To the best theme?" Right. We talked about this yesterday though, right? Like that $1.50 to $1.40 for T-Ped was the level, right? So nothing crazy. It's 3%, but that's a nice little comeback from 140. Uh, at 48, you sold 80%. KB, okay, nice, good job. Yeah, it looks okay. It just doesn't want to stay above 60 cents for some reason. Largest in history. Yeah, they have more than enough, reserves to. I think when it actually becomes a problem, they're gonna end the war. When it's actually a problem. So it's not a problem for them; it's a problem for us. When the cost of everything goes up, they don't really care. They don't really care. Yeah, SGN just it just couldn't do it, right? So now it's back to the bottom, to the golden pocket. They have 67 cents. So yeah, there goes ACXP. That thing looks nice. Looks nice. Agreed to release about 400 million. Yeah. No, 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 no. Yep. Yeah, no. When it's actually a problem for most, for these, for the crazy, for the people in control, and then they're gonna fix the issue. uh, Iran Navy. Yep. So I think the biggest thing that Iran has going for them, Dan, is that they're using social media to say all of this rubbish. Probably, maybe, who knows? But yeah, why is it at $1.50? Uh, I think it's just a different system, Kristen. So then, yeah, it's just a different system, just a different broker. So they all give you different. They're based on different numbers, right? Is this one better? Maybe, maybe not. But per day and isn't reacting to yeah, understand everything. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, you definitely should trust the algo more. Definitely. Yeah, yeah. On Webull it is. Yeah, on Webull it is. On TradingView it's like 156. Dan. Like at 150, breaking above $1.50, that would have been okay too, right? Because then the 200 EMA is right there too. So you break above both, then push to 160. So that would have been a good breakout view at play on the Webull side. On the Webull side. Yeah, today was more of a scalp day. In and out quickly and run away. In and out quickly and run away. 2 billion barrels to release. They just agreed to 400 million. No, 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 no. Ending anytime soon. Yeah. Yup. So the price of gas isn't going anytime soon. We might need to start running to the gym. Running to the grocery store instead. Yup. Leave the car parked. Ride your horses. Yeah. Yes. We might need to borrow some, rent some horses, Caitlin. Yeah. This is your chance to make a lot of money, Caitlin. You know? Renting horses. Invest in bicycle companies. Yup. Or scooters. Summer's coming up anyways. We don't need cars. Yup. We don't need the cars. Just get the horses. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Luna. Time to to start jogging all over the place. Add some weight. Oversold, sure. ADIL. Yeah, they did a split not too long ago as well. Yeah, the float is super low. It does look oversold, doesn't it? Yeah, it does look oversold. It would have been nicer if you got into this thing closer to $1.60, $1.50, but it definitely does look oversold. The 52-week low, all-time low on this thing is 156, 154. So let me look at the 4-hour chart as well on this. Yeah, like it's trying to curl, but it's clearly on a downtrend still. Right, it clearly still looks weak. But you almost want to have that thing drop into the 170s, right? Like 170s, 160s, right? And then make sure that it stays above that 150 area if it can. Then eventually you might get a pop on this thing. So definitely a bottom feeding play. Protect. Yeah, it's not bad. It clearly doesn't have the volume though, so you want to be patient with this one. It's 50,000 shares today, so that's not a whole lot. It's clearly not ready, so there's no rush on this one. But oversold, maybe you could almost like this is one of those names that you could scale into the position, right? Like getting in now and then hoping that it drops a bit more, but then with the intention of having that stop loss. Yeah, I want to keep on the watch list or set some alerts for a breakout, right? Set some alerts. Come on, Tim. Yes, I knew it would pay off. Exactly. Exactly. ASNS is still just playing with 60 cents. What a slow, rubbish day, isn't it? What a slow, rubbish day. I think, the war is good in the sense that it creates a theme, right? We played with the theme, which is nice. But I think the markets would like to rotate to something else. But the markets really can't rotate because there's a war going on. So we shall see. We need a really good catalyst, or we need oil to explode up again, so these oil stocks can go back up. Brents, yeah, no, that's okay. If you just don't feel anything today, just sit on your hands. Sit on your hands. My knees hurt from reading that. Yeah, Luna, make sure you do some weights because running a lot will hurt your knees. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. And stop two vessels in after they ignored the warnings. Hmm. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Kristen? Yeah, you definitely want to be lifting weights. Weights are good for you. To fight not to run. Wow, 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 wow. You couldn't just say I like lifting weights, Dan. You couldn't just say that. You had to bring everything else into this. Soft padding. I need to get some nice running shoes. That's what I need. Yeah, TPED looks good. ASNS is slowly trying to break out again. This one's look good today though, right? With the levels at least. So here we go, ASNS. Maybe this time it's gonna hold. Maybe this time with the nice cup and handle, cup and handle. Yep. Yeah, I think the overall market isn't helping it. SGN, I think should have been moving. It is holding that golden pocket though, like we mentioned, SGN. So that golden pocket is holding 67 cents, right? And it's back to 71. So you can tell people keep buying the dips on this, right? Question is, what is it doing? What is it doing? What is it doing? Basketball? Yes. It was a good dip to the golden pocket. Leo, yeah, it was a good dip. You Viking warrior? Yes, 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 yes. Hoka, jogging shoes. Hoka. Okay, let me look at Hoka Canada. Hoka. Hoka doesn't have a Canadian side, do they? Don't think they do. I'm sure Amazon, or I'm sure like any of these stores have it, so it doesn't really matter. Those are some interesting. Look at this. Look at the size of like the bottom of those shoes, Luna. Those are the shoes you wear. Yeah, no, ASNS looks really good. At least we're finally pushing back to the highs now. Finally. Those are your favorite shoes? Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Really? Like the ancestors. Skunk? I know, right? Back in the village, we were running with no shoes. Maybe that's why the life expectancy is 2 years old. But I'm kidding. Anyways, there's they do look interesting, don't they? They do look ugly, but they're not meant to. They're meant to protect your knees, But for jogging, yeah, there you go. You have 5 pairs of them. Damn. For work, a lot of nurses do. Oh wow, interesting. Okay, I'll look for a pair. My running shoes are pretty flat. That's because I like running in soccer shoes, like because they're so comfortable, and it's what I'm kind of used to wearing. But yeah, no, exactly, Luna. They serve the purpose. Yeah. No, this is a nice run up the demand zone there. That was a good demand zone too, right? You notice how like the thicker the demand zone, the greener it gets, the usually the better. Also, the longer you let it consolidate, the better, right? Greg, right? So nice bottom there in the pop. Wish that thing had a bit more volume though. Yeah, Willie, they definitely are different than the Air Bethlehems, the Air Bethlehems were meant to part the Red Sea and walk on fire. Those things had a different purpose. They had a different purpose, not for running, but to do dangerous things. If you're gonna go fight, in Iran, you better be wearing the Air Bethlehems, not the Hokas. The Hokas, they're not gonna last. Uh, while running barefoot, Michael. Yeah, he probably had the Air Bethlehems in. Uh, Saturn for now. ASNS is the one that's giving a good setup. That looks the best at least. And then everything else is a bit suspicious. Maybe the oil stocks, but they're not quite there yet. They're just not performing at the same level they were performing last week. You need to go. You need to go run a marathon, Luna. Go to one of those races. Go to the Boston Marathon and run it. Uh, right at the market open. Yeah, right at the market open. Yeah, I think again when you do that though, Alex, right? If you did that at the market open, it did dip and then it went back to the highs there, but it just kept stalling at resistance, right? So that's the area where you have to say, hey, like it's been 5 minutes, it's been 10 minutes. I have a big position and it's at resistance. Hey, let me sell some of this. Let me sell all of this, right? Your big position should mean you're out sooner. When you have a big position, you sell quicker because you can, you're making more money quicker. But also when you're at resistance like that, you want to be very careful. You know, yeah, they are all annoying, is what they are. You know, yeah, at least it's holding that demand zone. Like I said, we're back above 70 cents for SGN. So let's see if it can continue to hold and then eventually push later on. That's what you didn't even try. Yeah. Yep. 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 So Velo was a double top, right? So 1550, 1560 double top and then back down. Still looks fine though. And then ACXP is back to retesting $5 again. So still failing at the resistance. Alex, yeah, I agree. I agree. Two, 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 two. 480. Yeah, so clear rejection there. Again, ASNS is still looking like the better name. It just doesn't have the best volume, but it looks okay. Two, 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 two. I went to do my taxes last year, right? And the person that was doing my taxes usually. So what happens is when you go to file your taxes, um, if you have a good broker, what the broker does is they track all your information as they should, and then they send it to like the IRS or whoever's like so when you go to do your taxes, your trades should like pop up in the thing. There're gonna be a few missing, obviously, right? There're gonna be a few missing, so then the person can just input the numbers, right? Half of my stuff was not in there. Half of my stuff wasn't in there, and then the dude looked at me. ah. He's like, "What's this?" He's like, "So I have to put in all these numbers?" I'm like, "That's your job, isn't it? That's your job, isn't it? Is it my job to put in the numbers, or is it your job to put in the numbers? Huh? Is it your job or my job?" Anyways, ASNS is looking good. It's very nice. Yeah, very nice. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding ASNS. No, no, you have to track the numbers. So yeah, your broker will also send you a statement with all of that stuff. So if numbers are missing, they can just input the numbers. Dan says no. Yeah. Anybody? Yeah. Yes. 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 Yeah. Amy, good jobs. Good job, KB. Well done, CM. Yeah. Focus. Nice. 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 Yeah. No, this one's definitely been looking better. Slow but better. Slow but better. Let's go, Thorn. Well done. Yes, in the chat. Uh, la, 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 la. SGN, you can tell like it really wants to curl. I know a whole bunch of you guys are still holding SGN, so hopefully it stays above 70 cents, or at the very least stay above this stupid, golden pocket. So we'll keep an eye on that if it eventually runs. But for now, the SASNS is looking good. Yeah, I just classify your realized gains as tips from the market. uh, I mean, some people trade in like their retirement accounts, so then none of that really, there's no taxes or whatever. Yeah. So then they don't really need to worry about that. Like if you're trading for your future, for your retirement, then you'd always use those retirement accounts and then forget about everything else. I wish our tips were tax free. Wasn't Trump doing something about like no taxes on tips? Four accounts, two IRAs in two margins. Okay. You have to file taxes on the margins. Is it too embarrassing to mention? What do you mean? Why would it be embarrassing? Let me know if you have a question though. Yeah, Carla is still also holding above that demand zone, right? So that 3650, Chris, was it you asking about this one? I know someone was asking, right? So again, it's been holding, right? Like the golden pocket is nice most of the time, right? Like that was a good spot. Does it have the volume though? It does not really have the volume. Yeah, I always wondered about that, LT. When you get $100 tip, are you really reporting the $100 tip? People really reporting the tips? Yeah, you have some at 37. Okay, yeah, it's just really slow, but it is holding the bottom there. If they keep shooting rockets, they're gonna come back and say, "Hey, we need those tips monies back. We need the tips monies back." Yeah, if they want people to sell their homes, yeah. Yep, yep. Depends on if it's a credit card or cash. Yeah, exactly, Red. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, credit card tips are different. Cash tips, which most people do cash tips. Well, I mean, actually, maybe not. A lot of people don't carry cash. Yeah, NYC. Yup, that's the problem. Whole bunch of random stock. All your holdings are dumping, like long-term holdings. The market is all dumping, right? You can blame the war for that. You can blame all the countries. When I pay cash, most people look like, "What is that?" Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You notice how Go is missing today? He did say if something wasn't pumping today, he was gonna go to Iran. Maybe he wasn't kidding, you know? Maybe he really did go to Iran to go fight the war or go cause a uh and political objectives in war in Iran. Yep. A G7 release of oil to be organized in the coming days. Okay. Sounds good. I bet you that's why, these oil stocks really aren't flying, is because there's a whole bunch of talk of like a whole bunch of oil being released, you know? So maybe that's why. ASNS does look good still though. If we can break above 65 cents, maybe we can start really pumping. TPET is at 158. Super slow. It's up 1 cent for the day. 1 cent. That's all they could do, you know? Like, here, we'll give you 1 cent. ASNS, highs of the day test. There we go. Really? Is AMC really that low? I am. Yeah, no, ASNS is doing well. At least something is. 66 cents. There we go. 66.50. Here we go. Uh, 67. Finally, something with some boomski vibes. Is AMC really at $1.08? Really? No way. AMC. Damn. Wow. Damn. All-time lows, guys. I mean, I think we're all on the same page when I say I'm not really surprised. Right? And the chart doesn't want to load. I'm waiting for the daily chart. That looks so nasty, doesn't it? So nasty. Dang. When moon. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. That is so bad. No end in sight. They're gonna need to do a split soon enough. Sheesh. Yeah, hopefully no one's diamond handing that. You know what's crazy is the stock was running last was it 2 weeks ago or whenever this was, right? Like this, look at this. Right there. That thing went from $1.14 to $1.25. Less than 10 cents, guys. Less than 10 cents. And the company did an offering. They said, nope, 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 that's enough. 10 cents is enough. Let's do an offering. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Wild. Yep, no, AMC is a POS. But we knew that already. ASNS is not a POS. It's the a good stock today. For the short squeeze. You're gonna end up getting squeezed instead. Yep, exactly, Mario. NVIDIA will be at a 170 by March 12th. Impossible to report straight of Hamus. Hamus. 170 by tomorrow. Beautiful ASNS. Yeah, see if we can get to 70 cents here. 70 cents. Yeah, I think honestly they need AMC. I just got an alert for SAFX. You breaking out? Yeah, 41 cents. This one's done a really good job with the dips actually. SAFX. It's done a good job. Yeah, so that's what I mean, right? Like just with this one, forget about the merger for now, just play the chart. Yeah, just play the chart because it does look good. Hold the line, stay above 40 cents, right? Because we're really in the thick of like that resistance now. This was Tuesday, so yesterday, right? Yesterday pre-market, it just kept failing in that supply zone. So we're in there like swimwear. You still hold it, AMC? Yeah, AMC was such a disaster. I think AMC taught a lot of people to, stop listening to people on YouTube, stop listening to people on Twitter, stop listening to CEOs. Like Adam Aaron would come on the calls and literally just lie, and then snack on popcorn, and then leave and go do an offering, and then lie. So yeah, follow the charts, nothing else. So you can buy a bunch of stocks to 40. Yeah, it's not a bad plan. You can also just scale in, right? If you're planning on buying a whole bunch of stocks, you can also just slowly start scaling in NYC just in case. Just in case. Just in case you wake up one of these mornings and the S&P or the market's up 3%. Yeah. I mean, at this point, what is it, like $20, $15? So popcorn is worth more than AMC itself. It's true. Like if you want to buy a bag of popcorn, it's that thing is more expensive than AMC. That's how you know the stock is trash. I'm sure they give a discount. I'm sure they give a discount, but yeah, at least you get popcorn. Movie theater popcorn is addicting though. It tastes amazing. Not really good for you, but amazing. SAFX. Is what's that dude's name again? What's that dude's name? The dude that was pumping AMC. AMC. Not the two of them. Yeah, I think something. No, 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 not Roaring Kitty was the other one. That's GME. Not Trey, the other one. Something Cores. Yeah. Something Cores. What is he still like? Where is he now? Yeah, where is he? What was his other name again? Let me search on YouTube. Matt. Okay, that's it. Something like that, right? Oh, it's still there. The dude's still there. He's just talking about everything. He's just talking about politics now. Yeah, he's just talking about other things now. He's just talking about Trump's, Yeah, just other things now. Futures, a bit of everything. Okay, find him at the bridge. He should be hiding. Yeah, honestly, like when you pump that stuff, no. Yeah, when you pump that stuff, and yeah, because those dudes were pumping. Those dudes were pumping hard. When you pump that stuff like that and people buy and lose money, right? It's very sad. Yeah. Again, this is why this community is so much, so much different, right? Like when you make decisions, you want to make sure that those decisions are based on information that you can actively that you can control, right? When you start bringing up things like, oh, they just the shorts have to cover blah 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 blah, um, doesn't work like that. When you go to your job and you make your money, uh, you get the money based on real work, not on if predicting your hours for the year. So that's basically what you're doing with when you're believing in shorts. But the shorts have to cover, right? Sure, sure, sure. This one's still holding off the bottom though. KALA. That 37 has been a really good spot, Chris. You're still in this, right? So that 40 cents is going to be major resistance, but at least it's still holding the bottom. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Dan, unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable. Mm. Okay. Rob, you have a new email. You have a new email. Is there a green zone on ASNS? Yeah, there is, but it's going to be way. It actually it's sitting right there because that level is holding 65. Right. So these are the type of green zones I don't necessarily trust the most. Right. But it is sitting in a green zone there. So just because it is holding 65 and wicking and bouncing, so yeah, yeah. So again, not every green zone is amazing, right? You can kind of tell, like, look at that, it looks like a T-Rex, right? Like it's stalling and distributing and trying to sell up, but there is a green zone. It's there for a reason, right? But again, look at that, right? Those are not the green zones you want to trust, right? So you always have to look at data and not just blindly follow the data. You have to kind of think about it as well, right? Like if I'm getting a green zone at the top when it's stalling like that, yes, it makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense, right? So whereas like you see a green zone like this, after a crash, you're like, oh wait, that's a nice green zone. That's nice. Look at how thick that is, you know? And then boom skis. So no, TPET isn't waking up. TPET is still stuck at the bottom here. Still up 1 cent. Still up 1 penny. a, a war. Yeah, so that green zone I said, yeah, skunk. Yeah. Uh I know Kimvella. Yep. Popcorn and AMC. Like times are so different where like if this was way back in the day, we wouldn't be getting so many headlines from Iran. But like now every little thing Iran does, like everybody knows already because it's on social media. How do they know? How do they know, guys? Iran has deployed about a dozen missiles in the Strait of Hormuz, halting oil and LNG exports and pausing. How do they know? How do they know? How do they know? Who knows and who tweets them? You know what I mean? Like there's so much information. It's good, but also not good at the same time. And somebody tell them to shut up, you know? It almost seems like the like all of this stuff on social media, they do it for a reason. I get the satellites, James, They need to shut up though. Right? They just need to go fight the war. They started the war, all of them, all together, all of them. They just need to go figure it out. Leave us alone with the, constant headlines. Shut the hell up. We don't need your constant updates, you know? Because it almost creates chaos more than it helps anything. Yeah, because yeah, wants to exactly, Ajoya. Too much misinformation, exactly. Because now we don't even know what to believe. Yeah. Yep, yep. Okay. I know. Just leave us alone. Stop with the lies. I bet you 90% of the maybe not 90%, half of the stuff we see probably lies. You know, probably lies, and they just don't stop. La, 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 la. Craziness. Good day, Marvin. Good day. Good day. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. At least it's holding up though, and just creating higher lows. So this still looks really good, right? And then SAFX looks good too. So, and then yeah, you're not wrong, Kevin. Right? Someone might just be creating those messages with AI. And in order to achieve the intention of the objectives, Michael, you're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, when there's so much information like that on social media, you almost feel like that's kind of half of their of the plan. And it happened too with like the tariffs. Like Trump would, something would come out of China, and then China would say, "We never said that," and then Trump would say something, and then, "Nope, never said that." uh, no, that email was for you, Rob. They wanted to give you discounts. Do 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 discounts. Uh, oh well. Uh, to go to and have a quiet word with him. Let me know. I got your back. Let's go, Dan. We need to go to some World Cup games. To the World Cup. Yeah, TPED looks okay though, just because it's holding above $1.50 for now. Maybe at some point it's gonna get a nice pop. If it can break out, then that's when the volume is really gonna kick in. Right? People just wait and wait and wait until it actually looks like it's moving, then they FOMO. Yeah, yeah. It still needs to get back above the like that 40 cents though to really get moving, Richie. So ASNS is still looking like the top stock. And again, guys, days like these are okay just because they happen every so often, and then all of a sudden we're back to flying again. So yeah, you just have to make sure you're taking quick scalps on these days and not really looking for home runs. Right? We're not going to be rocketing every single day of the week or every week. You know, so there's nothing wrong with a slow day. I might be using that favor soon. Ah, yes, yes, yes. After send. Yeah, sounds good. Turbo? Is Turbo finally moving? I'm surprised we haven't talked about Turbo today. But again, these names are not really flying, so. But, ooh, okay. Okay, Mr. Turbo. Okay, okay, okay. At 35? Dang. Yeah. Yup. Yup, yup, yup. Yes, you sold that thing at 35. So you most likely sold on maybe one of these dips here. Yeah, it was holding that demand zone, but also above the golden pocket there. And also 35 is support, right? Also 35 is support. So basically just a retest of the golden pocket. So when you see the golden pocket, you know that that area is going to act as a bit of support, right? So yeah, let's see if Turbo actually moves though, because it looks like it needs volume. It doesn't have the best volume right now. Good push. That was a good breakout actually. At 360, needs another breakout. The constant updates are not a bug. Yeah, understandably. I wish I could charge for overtime someone for every time someone trades off the golden pocket. Yes, 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 yes. Don't worry, that's the cost of the algo route. Yeah, it's stalling a little bit there. Jober says, don't worry, I got you. Don't worry. Can I send you a link to Discord? Yes. Invite, 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 invite. So this link at the bottom, Trent. So click the link, follow the steps. Hmm. You know, it's impressive how well Bitcoin's holding above 70K even though the markets are dropping like that. Really impressive. I like that. I think again that's that's potentially predicting that if this war ends soon, the markets would fly. Or it's potentially predicting a bottom. I think the difficulty here though is that like Bitcoin doesn't know when the war is gonna end, but usually when Bitcoin's holding up well like that, it's usually calling for a bottom in the markets. Why is Turbo moving? Because it's an energy oil play, but it is a scam. Yes, virus definitely a scam. I mean, Bitcoin was in the 60s. That was the time to be buying. It's sitting at the bottom for a long time. Virus is behaving today. Virus just keeps telling himself, "Woosa, woosa." Virus, good job. SGN is slowly bouncing back up as well. So we still like this thing because it's holding that bottoms, but the damn thing just doesn't have the juice. G Sun with the pop. Yeah, exactly, Rob. Exactly. I'm saving my bad behavior for April. Why April, virus? Why April? Why April? Well, at the very least, though, you can expect that the midterms, like are coming up at some point this year, that the war is going to be over by then. You know, at some point. Can you imagine if we got to the midterms, gas prices were high, the markets were crashing, the war was still going on, among all the other things that are going on? Trump would be at the door with his bags packed, ready to get evicted, and I want to bring the storm. Then, virus. Yep, yep. Yeah. No, exactly. Let me take a look at that. Let me take a look at yeah, AMD. Those the options on AMD are still super expensive. Surprisingly, still green now. Like these stocks are holding up. Like they want to go virus. Look at that. AMD is green today. What's Amazon doing? Amazon's down, but it's not like it's down to the abyss. You know, craziness, huh? What's Apple doing today? 250s. Okay, 250s. Apple is just chilling at the bottom there. Let me look at the daily on Apple. Yeah, Apple is really not at the bottom though, is it? Really not at the bottom. What's Microsoft doing now? Beyond Meats. I think is Microsoft did bounce a bit. Still super cheap though, compared to like what it was earlier, end of last year. Yeah, Apple. Yeah, most of these stocks have been ranging for months now, months, and they're gonna keep doing that till this rubbish ends. Till the rubbish ends. Palantir. What's Palantir doing? Yeah, Palantir bounced really nicely up the bottom. What's Bloom Energy doing? This one's had a really good run. Look at that. Yeah, Bloom Energy's been a gem. BE still at the tops there. It would have been nice though if Amazon was back to the bottoms. Yeah, back to 200 on these dips. How come Amazon never crashed back to the bottoms? That thing should have been back down here. Those would have been some nice calls. Yeah, yeah, some of those are just too expensive. Yeah, turbo. When turbo runs, it really runs. When turbo turns on the engine, it really turns on the engine. Yeah, virus. I know. Yeah, you were looking. Yeah, the money just wasn't there yet. Uh, okay, that is nice. Nice little pop. PZZA is halted up. Pizza. The pizza stock. 2 p.m. Two. SGN is still trying, still fighting for its life. Yeah, that golden pocket area was nice, though, wasn't it? Right? It was nice. Uh, yeah. Yep. Oh, private takeover talk. Okay, so it's not going to be on halted then potentially. Yeah. Yep. And that's what we've been saying though, right? Kirsten is like you can usually tell when pre-market's going to be good, right? You can usually tell when pre-market's going to be good. Like when the previous day is fire, pre-market is going to be good. Has it been amazing this week? No. But really, have we had any crazy days this week? No. Right? So it like you have to you kind of know when to wake up in the morning early versus when you don't need to. Right? This week is not been like that, right? But last week though, when we're getting 100% pops every day, you better be waking up early, right? So you can usually tell by the way the previous day looks. Yeah. When you under the wait for it to break and then retest, yeah. Yes, yes. So it looks like ASNS got rejected below 70 cents. Turbo looks like it's still revving the engine. Revving. Ah, virus. Yes, yes. That's okay. That is okay. Any other long-term plays you guys are looking at to buy some options? Anything else, virus? What's Google doing? Google's. Yeah, it's quite surprising. Like some of these stocks are just green today, even though the market's bleeding a bit. Right? Google's green, AMD's green. So a lot of these names are. Apple's not that red, right? Like there are quite a few names that are green today. Hmm. Craziness. Arm. This one is in that weird spot too, virus. Like in the middle of like support and resistance. Bit of a weird area. Yeah, I think you can tell that some of these stocks are just tired of dipping and they want to go up. They're just tired of dipping. But no, Trump and Israel and Iran. Come on, break 430 already. No five. So yeah, yeah. Okay. 430. Where's the breakout? Three, two, one. Where's the boomskis? Well, I guess that was a breakout. 31. See, I don't get the whole idea. Like, I just don't understand why these brokers were restricting a lot of these names. Like, what's the point of that? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think they should have access to everything, that's listed on the exchange, Rubbish. Also, they shouldn't have to buy access. Like, if you have access to the whole exchange, people should be able to trade all those stocks. She seems like a bit of a flaw in the system. Silly, silly, silly. Can you please take a look? I need a golden pocket. Check you in at 37, Chris. The golden pocket is not going to change, right? It's still going to be in at the same spot. So it's back to retesting the bottom. Chris, again, right? Like I said earlier, today is more of a scalp day. So when you go from 37, from that 36, 37 to almost 40 cents, nothing huge, but sometimes when it's struggling like that, you might have to consider taking those profits, very minimal. But yeah, for now, the golden pocket, it's still holding, so it's back to the same bottom. So hopefully it curls up again. But it's doing this a lot now. Just up and down, up and down, up and down. Justin, what's your question for works? Do you have a question or no? Yeah. Why that disclaimer is allowing you may not be one of the best, if not the best, daily lives. Let's go, LT. Yeah, no, I think we have a good group of people, so it makes it fun. It makes it yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It definitely helps, when you're not trying to we're simply just here for, in the hopes that as a community we can make money together. Because if you make monies, you're happy, I'm happy, we're all happy, right? Also, I think for the most part, we joke around so much so that, like, we're closer as a community, right? Friends, right? Like, I don't care if you buy these stocks, you know what I mean? So, like, so when you go other places and the intention is clearly to pump a specific stock, because that's what a lot of people do, right? Like, they buy a specific stock and they just want to pump it, pump it, pump it. I don't really care if you buy the damn stock. I hope you make money though, right? So I really, really hope you make money. That's my hope, right? Really deep, deep down, hope you make monies. I want you to make monies, right? But I don't care if you're jumping into whatever stock you're jumping into. So that's why we're always going to rely more on education rather than pumping a specific stock, right? And I think when that's the case, I think it's yeah, less scammy. There goes turbo. Right? There goes turbo. Little breakouts. Little breakouts. Yeah, Peter's girlfriend. Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. But why is it moving? No news. There's no news on this other than it's an energy stock and the price of oil is going up. And when that happens, energy stocks go up, right? So like it's an overall overall news, Richie. Yeah, exactly, LT. Exactly. So you want to know why you're buying what you're buying, so you can come up with a plan and you can use that information for the next stock, So not just relying on pump, pump, pump. Yeah, so if you see TPET or BATL or KITT or Turbo or a lot of these names moving, there isn't a specific catalyst. It's simply just SXTP does have news though. Not this one. This one's ACXP, and it looks like it's holding that demand zone really well, which is nice to see. But SXTP did have some news earlier. That news was posted in Discord. It's been creeping up there slowly. Right, that's what Rob talked about earlier, right? We've talked about this: the break up above the golden pocket, and then the retest, right? Break above, retest, and then boom skis. So yeah. Oh, that news came out way earlier today. That's why. Way earlier. Yeah. So it just kept struggling with the golden pocket, just struggling. So sometimes the break above the golden pocket is equally as important as like selling off and bouncing off the golden pocket. If you notice this, that's another thing that the algo will give you, is the algo doesn't only give you the golden pocket on the way down, right? The algo will give you the golden pocket on the way up as well. Like again, if you notice this, the golden pocket wasn't really there until it created the range, right? Once it did that, then the golden pocket was higher. Sometimes it's lower, sometimes it's higher, right? So, and when it's higher, then the break above it is nice. Break and retest. That would have been a nice little strategy there. How much can it run, Richie? Let me let's take a commercial break. Let me go look at the crystal ball. Ask you how much turbo is gonna go up. Let me go look, okay? Quick commercial break.
NUTELLA.
What's the word?
Peanut butter.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you for the commercial break. We're back. Did you catch that? The message was in the video, Richie. Hopefully you know exactly what to do now. Peanut butter. Ah. Ah. Yeah, you did, Chris. Yeah, that's why it's good though. Sometimes when it's pushing up to the upside like that, you want to move that stop loss up or sell it just in case it's coming back. At least you're break even, right? Or green on that position. Yeah, it's frustrating, but there's nothing you did wrong there. Like other than maybe not sell the position, the volume just isn't coming through. Plus, it's below the 200 EMA, so it's gonna be pointing to the downside more than anything else. Thorn? No, I don't want to be roasted again. Peanut butter. Pretty slow, huh? Very, very slow. Kind of annoying. Is it ASNS? Yeah. So it actually came back for a retest of 60 cents and yeah, breaking that downtrend now. I think the downside to today 2KB is like, okay, usually when you break a downtrend, you expect chaos. Sometimes when it's a day like this, it's like, okay, how much of a push are we going to get if we actually do? But it is holding 60 cents. So SGN still looks promising. Like it still looks like, there's something there. It would be nice if we got back above the 200 EMA at least. But super, super slow day. SAFX still looks fine, but it's also just failing at the resistance, obviously. You sold Nvidia. Let me take a look. Nvidia. Why did you sell Nvidia? I'm just, again, not that it's a bad thing, right? Nvidia is green for the day, which is actually nice, right? It's green for the day. Like the levels on Nvidia are so predictable, honestly. Like look at that, right? The bottom has been at the bottom, obviously. The top has been at the top, obviously. So pretty easy to read, right? Why did you sell it though? You made money and you were done with it, ISD, or what? I hope we go to 190 though. What do I think about hymns and Hars? We've only been pumping hymns and Hars, since it was at at the bottom there. Pump, 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 pump hymns and Hars. So we like hymns and Hars. That was a really good bottom after the all the scammy drops. So I like the stock. Um, I mean, buying at this price, I don't know like what your position is, M, or about getting in at this price. But we posted this for the last 3 weeks now, and that stock was below 20, right, all the way down to $15. So really nice base. Now that it's popped and you're getting to 27, I'm not quite sure. If you have a position, cool. If you don't, then that becomes a problem. So let me know. Oh my days, Dan. How many contracts did you do? Why did they send you a free 100K account? 3 minutes. Oh my days. Was that your way of telling me to go ahead and sell the rest of my little fucking shares and move on? No, it was not, KB. It was not. I promise. It was not. Now you're just showing off. In contracts, straight up gambling? Yeah. Yep, that's okay. Yeah, no, Hims looks good. Hims has held up really well today. Do I think Hims is gonna keep going up? I sure hope it keeps going up, right? But we're stalling at 27 now. So $27, 27.20, a lot of resistance, but I like the stock. But we also liked it below $20. So it's a nice run up already. Can't wait for Dan to try the new broker, whether that's futures or stocks. Because yeah, that's gonna be fun, 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 fun. Mm, 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 mm. And we can do some account giveaways, like some Twitter retweets, Discord, YouTubes, stuff like that. Fun, fun, fun. You know. ACXP, that stock we just looked at, that looked nice. Look at that beautiful bottom. Just said thank you very much. Let me give you brand new highs of the day. Candles like these are so suspicious, but the bottom is nice though. Like if you cut this thing off the bottom there and it popped like that, you just take your money quick and run. When you see a candle like that, you don't want to stay there too long. You don't want to stay there too long because those candles are suspicious as hell. That was a good bottom though. Right? What's Turbo doing? Turbo has been having a hard time breaking out, right? So it came all the way back down. Again, today is a scalp day, right? You see the profits, you take the profits, you come back again. It's like, please, sir, can I have some more? Right? Today is not a day to be diamond handing these stocks. Just not it. 29.93. I thought a couple of weeks ago. More, yeah. I mean, what you should have done if you believed in the company is when it dropped like half, from $30 to $15, you should have added some more, right? Just to as a long term play if you believed in it, right? So, but I mean, I hope we get back to $30. I think we will at some point. So, Just make sure you have a plan though, please. Alrighty, you're not that far away now, so you're $3 off. You were down a lot more off. So maybe now when you're that close, if for some reason you don't believe in the company anymore, start considering putting a stop loss just in case. What does suspicious mean? Suspicious is I don't know. I don't know what suspicious means. And there's a lot of selling above $5 here for ACXP. I see. I don't know what suspicious means because I was looking for one of those videos, one of the stream videos to play. I added some more $15. Your first 45. Oh my Jesus Christ! On a motorbike. Your average was $45 all the way to $13. I'm glad you added some now, so your average could, because now you're so close, right? If you didn't do that, your average would be at 45 still, while the stock was at 27. So yeah, I'm glad you did that. When it's stuff that you believe in, yeah, sure, go ahead and add it. But yeah, for now though, what you could almost do too, if you're, what you could almost do is that the position you added, you could almost sell that position and pretend you made profits on it. Your average would still be below $30, just in case we decided to drop. But I think what you should be doing is, protecting the downside now. The stock should still keep going up, right? It looks fine. But if for some reason it decides that it wants to start dropping, I don't think you want to be going back down to 40 to $13 with a bigger position, So just protect the monies. Protect your money. Your money is more important than you believe in the company. So now you have a bigger position. So your money is really more important, So there's so many different things you can do that all lead to you protecting your money. Okay. There goes our ACXP with another pop. Yeah, looks like HIMS is going for that 27 again, so pushing back to the highs of the day. 27. You're welcome. Welcome. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like there's so much stuff going on that we just don't know. So Trump says, I think oil companies should use Strait of Hormuz, right? So if these companies are getting blown up, why would Trump say, I hope is he just, somebody's lying, right? Or he's just clueless. Right? Like if you really see companies, there's mines, right? They're supposedly putting mines and like the hijacking, other. Why would you say like, so either they're not doing it and somebody's lying, or he just yaps too much. Or he just yaps too much. KB says I know the answer. You know what I mean though? Like that's what I mean. Like social media is just like it's just too much now with the war. Just too much. Just unnecessary. Okay, Kimbella. There goes a nice pop. Brand new highs of the day, ACXP. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like they all just need to shut up and go fix what they're doing, Like we don't need all the constant updates. It doesn't really help anybody. That's a really nice pop on this one. Yep. Yeah, from 8 minutes ago, Winterfell. Yeah, it's a really nice pop. Yeah, that's a good hold of the demand zone too. Though that green zone was nice, right? The longer it holds, the better. And it looks like it still wants to keep pushing here. I'm sure there's going to be a bit of selling here though at 550, but that thing just looks like it wants to just stroll through. It's a nice pop. Kevin. Uh, yep. Right, like we just got a headline from somebody else saying, oh, ships got hijacked at in that Strait of Hormuz or whatever, right? And then 30 minutes later, the president's like, oh yeah, you guys can go there. Okay, so who's lying? Somebody's lying. You can really three vessels. You can see the video. Wow. See what I mean? Yeah. So if you can see that stuff, and then he's like, "Oh, yeah, sure, go." Unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we eventually get a theme out of that. Nah, no, Trump is annoying. Very annoying. I've said that since day one, though. The dude just yaps too much. We even with the tariffs, right? Like, oh, we're gonna do 50%. Oh, 100%. Oh, we're gonna do 120%. Blah blah. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. We don't need to get constant updates. Make your decision and do it. That's fine. That's a different story. You have the power. You're the president. Don't be a Twitter warrior though. Right? Make your decisions. This is what I've decided. As the leader, I've decided that all these countries are gonna get 10%, 15%. We don't need every hour. Oh, maybe we're gonna do this. Oh, maybe we're gonna do. Oh, maybe. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Unbelievable. Too nice to say it. I know. I know. You notice how like we're not just like it's not a politics thing, right? It's not like me saying, oh, he's wrong, blah blah. No, like it's not even that. Like nothing to do with politics at all. I think if you're the leader of a country, like you make the decisions, and then everybody listens, follows, blah blah blah. But like the constant social media stuff is just too much. Yeah, I understand that, like the art of a deal, understand that. But sometimes it's just too much chaos. Yeah. Oh, suspicious? Yeah, no. So look at the size of the candle, right? So when you get a long candle like that, um, Chris, yeah, when you get a long candle like that, those candles are always suspicious. Like look at the size of the when you get a pop like that, that candle went all the way to 530. Take the money and run, because the candle ended up all the way back down below at 480. Right. So whereas now look at the following candles, right? Those candles are way better. They're slower, more predictable. Yeah. So when you get those long candles, that's what I mean by suspicious. Like it's just like like it's too big. So you want to take the money and run. But when it's a slow steps, like you can actually trust it, then that's better. Chris, hopefully that answers your question. Right. So from 530 all the way back to 480 is suspicious as hell. Right. So we want consistent candles, right? Like this. Okay, better, right? Is what I was trying to say. I'm sure we do. I'd have to pull up the chart though. Uncle Perch, what's your position in that? Yeah, that's looking nice. ACXP looking very nice. No, just Chris, just decide. Don't think about it that way. Don't overcomplicate it. Just think of the like the size of the candle and how quickly it went up there. Right? If your candle can move up really quickly like that, there's a really good chance it's gonna come back really quickly. Right? So that's the idea. Alrighty. AIFF. So you got in at $1.80. The golden pocket is is closer to the price you got in at, right? So it's more so to the upside, right? More so to the upside. You could always change it, right? So we could always change it to, like, I think for this one, this is the ones where we have to almost change it to like a weekly high or something else like that, but um, not just a session. But yeah, this thing looks weak, right? But I think you could tell that already. Like it's been looking weak. So what that looks like a T-Rex, doesn't it? Clear T-Rex, stalling, 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 slap. So and then I hope you got honestly, I hope you didn't buy this thing on at 180 and then it went up to 220 and you didn't sell it and then you let it come all the way back down. So for now, again, it looks really weak, right? The low from yesterday is $1.65. So and it's sitting right there. So that doesn't look good at all, right? New next support below that is 150. So yeah. Yeah. Chris, were you in a position or you just wanted to understand? Were you in a position? AMC still stuck there. What's SoFi doing? SoFi is another one of those where, like, it's not really doing much other than like destroying premiums on options, but maybe eventually that thing had a nice pop this morning. It just couldn't hold. Just could not hold. I'm afraid not. Okay, just learning. Okay, sounds good. No positions? No, that's okay. It is good to know though. It's good to know. Good to know. SXTP, remember these guys had news earlier this morning, right? It's been slowly creeping up too. 52-week high, 41.21. Yep, crazy. And then same thing with SAFX, brand new highs of the day. So that thing finally broke out. Finally broke out. No, that's okay, Chris. No waste of time at all. Learning is good. Learning is good. Do, do, do. You're welcome. Can you take a look at Iran? My average is 51.20. Don't know how long I'll take to be back at 51. At least it's green today, though. You're up 9%, so that's good. Just waiting for the daily chart to load here. Yeah, we talked about this one over the weekend. It was part of the list, obviously, right? And we talked about this level here in like the mid to high 30s, right? This level's been a good spot. You see how the 200 EMA is sitting there, right? So again, not sure how long it's going to take for you to get back to 51, but this was a good spot, for to add more to the position, right? To So whatever you need to do. So at least you didn't sell it at the bottom though. Otherwise, I'd be slapping you right now, Saturn. Right. So it's been to this level quite a few times, right? Right there and right there, and it's bounced. So as long as it continues to stay, at least you're back to 41 now. So at least it's trying to push back up. You have a lot of work to do, obviously, but at least it's moving in the right direction. Alrighty. So yeah, not sure why you got in at 51 in the first place, but yeah, hopefully we can get back there. Yeah, I think you might have rushed this one because 51 is somewhere up there. You might have been looking for a retest, but it really didn't consolidate and then just dropped hard. Yeah, you might have played earnings gamble, which again, that in itself is a problem. So because the reason why it crashed all the way down to 33, 30, 36, 37 is because of earnings. They missed earnings, it looks like, and it dropped all the way down. So now it's trying to find a base. So let's go, Dan. Yeah, don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. Please and thank you. Take a second, smash a like, hit that subscribe if you're new. And again, if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom there from Nightbot and come join us. Alrighty. Iron. Yeah, looks good. At least for now. At least for now. Yeah, SGN is still just, trying. Still just trying. ASNS, yep. So a good retest actually. CM, good retest. Good retest of that 60 cents, and it's been holding that level ever since. So the stock has been good today. This has been a good scalper. If you only scalp the stock today, I think you're happy. Just because it dips and then comes back. Yeah. 66. 66. Yep, definitely. Yeah, those two charts do look good, Kimbella. Yeah. They both look good. ASNS and SAFX. Uh, good job, Cam. Yeah, nice little scalp. Yeah, good job. Good job. Looking at. Hmm. Is Robinhood green or red? Let me take a look at Robinhood. I just want to see. Sheesh, lots of weakness on that thing. Paris, you're still holding these calls, right, on Robinhood? I think you are. Lots and lots of weakness on that thing. Weakness. And then let me take a look at Tesla. Is usually way too expensive though when it comes to Tesla's actually bounced up. Yeah, Tesla bounced up the bottom there. Surprise, surprise? No, not really. Okay. Back to the beast of the day, ASNS. Beast of the day. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding ASNS. I got into and cooked 20%. Let's go. Good job. Good job. Dan says nope. Nope, that was a solid bounce. Solid, solid. Nope. Nurse? Okay. Yeah, no, it looks good. Check bull? No, I'm not interested. Bull is a POS. Yeah, yeah, exactly. NYC. Yeah, pretty annoying. Let's go, Cam. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, there's a nice double top on ASNS, like right there, right? Like right in this area here. Like 67-ish. A nice little double top there. For some reason it doesn't want to break out of there. For some reason. Good job on scalping Anna though, Cam. Well done. Good job, Kimbella. Good scalps. Good scalps. Uh, Virus is not happy at all with Trump. Virus is not happy at all. Yup, 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 yup. Yup, yup, yup. Okay, sounds good. See you in Discord, KB. Have a wonderful day at work. Yeah. Can we get from red to green already, Dan? Can we pump it back? Thank you, Cam. Good job. Yeah, that was good. Good jobs. Get back above 680, Dan. Then yeah, NQ is green. That's get the markets from red to get the other markets from red to green. Make it happen, Dan. Okay. Mm, yep. Turbo's still doing okay though. It's holding that demand zone. So 395 for support. 395. And then this one's still looking really good. Like really holding up well. ACXP. Stuff like this is yeah. This is actually done quite well today. Pretty not bad. Not bad at all. 7 more minutes, guys, and then we're gonna hop off and go back to Discords. Alrighty, 7 more minutes. So let me know if you have any last questions, and then we will hop off soon enough. Soon enough. Um, kind of not yet, right? Not quite yet, but I can see what you're looking at though, Chance. Yeah, I think that's what you want to see now. Dan, maybe that just means you had a good time, you know? When was the last time you were on that long of a flight? especially like the changes, right? Like multiple flights, um, and then complete different time zone. So yeah. I'm not quite sure. LT. I know people mention it all the time in Discord. I just never cared to look at it. I know it's important. I just I just never cared to look. Yeah, a chance. So there you go. Right. Like yeah, that's what you want to see. And then confirmation will always be when we actually break out, above the main resistance. Yeah, Italy. Yeah, that's even longer. I wonder why then. I wonder why. Yeah, Cam. Yeah, it's looking for a breakout. If it can do that, that would be very nice. ASNS, we would appreciate that very much. Again, like look at this. So now there's another headline, guys. Is this one new, Ajoya, or like was that from a while? Oh, 25 seconds ago, right? So look at that. Trump says on opening Strait of Hormuz, it's working out very well. Okay, it's working out very well. So was the video old then, and they've reopened it now because they've made a deal, or like how was it closed? There's so many questions with these headlines, right? It's just manipulation at this point, honestly. Yeah, I just think it's pretty fishy. From 1 second, something is getting burnt, and then another second, it's like open it, and then it's opened. It's going well. Does the president like spend more time on social media, or does he spend more time in fixing stuff? PK, swing ideas for tomorrow. Not quite sure. Not quite sure. Not yet, at least. Especially with all the stuff that's going on. And then the next ship gets blown up. Exactly. That's yeah. So it's just you guys remember that picture where the picture that showed that every president that's you know every president when it comes to yeah, every president that was in power has left richer than when they came into power, and Trump was the only one that came in and never made any money, right? I think Trump came in this time saying, you know what, guys? Last time I came in, I lost monies. The only person that lost monies as a president. This time, catch me outside. The strait is closed. Actually, it's open. No, it's closed again. Oh, you know what? We shorted oil. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, cutting the top of a blanket and the bottom makes a longer blanket. It actually does, like, so in Canada though, like at least for me, it makes a difference, right? Like the you could see like the weather change, like an hour, like apart behind, and it makes a difference. Yeah, same though, Luna, same. Ah, it's funny, funny. Yep. Anyways, they'll figure it out. We're just here for the yeah. XXTP is doing good, Carl. Yeah. Ah. No, it really does make a difference. Like in Canada, right? Um, in Canada, like again for me specifically, like like in this city, um, like in the winter, the sun is like by 4 p.m. or like 5 p.m. the sun is down already. Like it like as we get in. like the sun is down by 5 p.m., like it's darkness, right? But then the closer we get to summer, right, by 10 p.m. at night, 11 p.m., the sun is still up. So then like the time change does make a difference. Yeah. Yeah. The sun stays up at night, Raven, in Canada. The sun says, don't worry. uh, yeah, no, this one's done well with that news. It still doesn't change how wrong you are. No, I know. I think the time change is stupid, but for some people it makes a difference. For me, it doesn't make a difference because I don't really go outside anyways. But for people that work, we'll return to normal April 30th with yeah, see like 50-50, At that point everybody's as confused as, as everybody else is. You picked up some Amazon? Okay. Yeah, I like what Amazon's doing. Like what he's doing. AMZ, and I just wish it was closer to 200 though, virus. Montreal, very pretty. Yeah, Canada has some very nice scenery. Very, very nice scenery. Very, very nice. So ASNS got rejected for now at least. So until it breaks above that 67 and actually stays above it, maybe we come back again to the 60. Hopefully not, but that's the range for now. 60 versus 67, 68. Yeah, no, Canada is yeah, very beautiful. I went to the lake. This was a while ago, so I need to go to the lake again at some point. But actually, no, I went 2 years ago. 2 years ago. But then I think this picture was from 3 years ago. Yeah, that was nice, wasn't like this? This is called Lake Louise. Um, yeah, like it's beautiful. So we went there like really early when it wasn't packed. It's annoying now, honestly, because like all these people from all over the place come there. AI? No, this is not AI. That was actually me at the lake. Yeah, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, it used to be empty. Like we went there in the morning and there was nobody there, so we just kind of hung around a little bit, and then we went on a hike. Like the hike was like a few hour hike all the way to the top of the mountain, and then there's like a restaurant up there, so you can have like your breakfast or lunch, and then all the way back. And then by the time we got back down, it was crowded. But then we brought like a little canoe thing, so we like went into this lake, and then just kind of like, yeah, I canoed for like an hour, 2 hours, and then left. So yeah, it was very cool. Like the water actually looks like that color. Like it's not anything like the water actually looks like that. Best part of Canada, yeah. Is this picture real? Yeah, I mean, I'll show you. So let me take that picture away. So let me show you guys. Right, so Lake Louise. Right, look at that. That's the actual color of the thing. Like look at the images, right? Like look at that. This is basically what we did. Like that's basically what we did. We went on the hike and then we came back down and then just kind of canoed. Like people do that. You can rent a canoe and then just kind of canoe for yeah. So this is actually, yeah. Look at that. That's actually it. That's the same place. So some people stay at the hotel like down there. that hotel is expensive because it's right in there. So then you can hike all the way to the top of the mountain and then come back down and then just kind of chill. And it's very cool. One of the members, actually, if you guys remember from England, he went all the way from England to this same place. So like I went there 2 years ago or last year, and like you had to park like 30 minutes away and then take a stupid bus because it's so crowded now. It's so annoying. Yeah, see, like the water looks like that. Yeah, it's very pretty. Very, very pretty. Missiles hidden in the mountains. Yeah, it's very pretty. Yeah. So that's like a 4 hour drive for me, 4 hour, 5 hour drive. It's not horrible. But yeah. So that's kind of the same place that I go skiing though. So one of those mountains, like you can go, yeah, you like we go skiing on those mountains. So I'm gonna go there not this weekend, next weekend probably. So the ski resort is like on one of the mountains, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah, so like that basically, a lot of fun. Mike, yeah, we hiked up the mountain. It was good. So one of the dudes I went to the mountain with, he brought a bear spray for some reason, because there's bears. He brought a bear spray, or I don't know if he brought it or anyways. And then he was playing around with it, right? And then he accidentally sprayed himself with it. Ah, he was in so much pain, in so much pain. Yep. But yep, that's what happens when you were there fish in the lake? I don't know. I don't think so. I have no idea though, because there's no one fishing. Yep, exactly, Mike. He was not happy. uh, uh, 24th floor. See the whole world. Yeah, that's very cool, Michael. Yeah, no fish in any water. Yep, it does. It really does. You did, Floyd? It's a 7 hour drive for you? Yeah. A year ago? Yeah, it's very cool. It's very cool. Two. Yeah. Yes, virus. Yes. Canada. Do. Oh, that's cool, Dan. That's cool. I never knew that. Yeah, most of the lakes around that area all look the same, all the same color. Marwan, what's your position in CYC? It looks easy to take over. I mean, we have two planes, to protect the skies, and no one's gonna fight. So, yeah, yep. Good thing Trump's only there for 4 years. There's not enough time to take over Canada. Otherwise, with that dude, you never know. Next thing you know, we wake up in the night and there's a rocket. You know, and then we're gonna hear, oh, Canada had a nuclear weapon. Where? We don't even have $2. What do you mean? And then the media is gonna be like, see, they had a weapon. It was in the water. That's why the water's blue. No, no. Good thing. Good thing it's only 4 years. I'm sure Trump would like it to be 30 years. Anyways, you wake up an American citizen. I know, Willie. I know. I know. As long as we don't see any rockets. Uh, which Amazons did you pick up again, Virus? Which Amazons? $220s. Okay. Yeah. Innovation strategy. SXTP. Yeah, no, this one's done okay. Some of these names are low key done well, slowly, but they've done well. So it's not been a disastrous day, like nothing moving. Some names are moving, some stocks are moving. Have plenty of our laughs though, Yang. Good, that's good. That is good. At least we and SGN is still just kind of sitting in that same range. And we said earlier, like that buy range was 70, 70 to to 75. It's like it's still being annoying in that range. So let's see if that thing ever gets a push at some point today. ASNS. Yeah, there's a mini supplies on there for SXTP. So just be mindful. Yeah, this one did well today too. So we do have a few names that have done well. A few stocks that have done well. Any last questions, guys, before we hop off? Let me know. Any last questions? Let me know. Like they slap this thing all the way back down. You have a question? Virus, what's your question? What is your question? What's the shirt for tomorrow? Same shirt, just the same shirt every day. I should have known something like that was coming. What is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is going through life, enjoying the journey best you can. That's it. Enjoying the journey. Wait till April. Ah. Ah, yes. Alrighty, all. Much love. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Be safe. Alrighty. Don't do anything crazy. Keep scalping. Alrighty. And we'll catch you guys in Discord or tomorrow. Yeah, exactly, Tim. Thank you, Grace. Dan, much love. See you in Discord. Much love, Dan. Virus, much love. See you in Discord. Let's go. Red is the meaning of life. 42. Yeah, no, it looks good. That 420 supplies on those is going to be a 420, 425 Winterfell. Thank you, Desta. See you in Discord. Regan, hopefully. Yeah, we need something to push. Take care, Desmond. See you later. Alrighty. Skunk, see you later. When you become a member, thank you, Frank. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Much love, all. Yeah. Bye for now. Bye, guys.